day 2 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Monaco, where round 2 is about to begin. Yesterday we had 3 decisive games with a lot of exciting chess, time scrambles and some upsets. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast with our amazing commentators to not miss any of the action.
Welcome to the third round. Hello everyone, greetings from Monaco. Almira, we have a special guest, so we are watching the first ceremonial move. Quite a tall person.
Yes, we were talking about basketball for the first two rounds, but today we have a star of Monaco basketball team, Donatas Motiejunas, who will make the symbolic first move. He came today with his son. His son loves chess, and Donatas promised to me that he is going to take a few chess lessons as well.
Great.
So let's have a look what will be the first ceremonial move on Alexandra Kosteniuk's board, who is playing with white pieces against Zhongyi.
Yeah, I asked Donatas 2 years ago. They were really good. Last year they were one shot out from the final four. So Monaco Basketball Club is very successful. And in recent times, they were having so many good results. I think we should switch the camera.
Maybe to the studio, yes. But I wanted to say that they're not yet that successful as the Monaco Chess Club, Cercle d'Échecs de Monte Carlo. So I actually think that our chess club has set such standards. So the other sports may look up to us.
A3 was played. Maybe Magnus would move on with that move, but D4 was played in Alexandra Kosteniuk's game. Of course, A3 was a nice, cool little move from Donatas' son, but now it's time to be serious. I guess he's very excited.
The thing is, well, theory apart, A3 might be actually a useful move. It depends on the setup, and actually it just asks black to start the game.
Yeah, but even with black, Magnus tried it 2 years ago in 2023 at the Club Cup against 2,500 players, so E4, A6. Sometimes we tend to overestimate some stuff and underestimate some stuff. A6 can be useful, as you mentioned. A3 can be a system to play some opening with black. So who knows? In chess, sometimes those dogmas are too strong and we are slowly getting rid of them.
And it might destabilize you psychologically.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that someone starts a game with A3 against you? You want to punish him immediately.
But I think even in US Championship, there was a game with A3 first move, even E3 or D3. Yeah, some players, they want to try. They're like already in the psychological game. I know that you're very successful there, Almira, as a poker champion.
Yes, well, actually, first of all, I'm a bit surprised myself about Alexandra's first move. She's an E4 player, but she tries different openings from time to time. So we'll get back to our studio, first of all. Yeah. Maybe we should start.
But again, we have a similar opening. Actually, we were commentating in the first round. It was Bibisara against Sarasadat. And without knight f3, I was explaining some nuances in the opening that it's possible to play it with bishop on g2 instead of knight f3. But if now black takes, we will have another opening, if you recall the game where actually Bibisara was lost in the first round, but the opening was very interesting. So I'm curious to see, will this happen once again? Let's check the next board where we have Harika against Kateryna, King's Indian, or maybe Fianchetto Greenfield.
Alojzije, let's maybe get cameras back to the studio, so we will start in our traditional way and present the round, because we have no idea what are the pairings, what are the standings. So let's do it again. It's take two,
Why not?
Yeah. So dear chess friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our studio in Monaco. My name is Almira Skripchenko and I'm your host today. And every day I will be joined by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. Welcome, Alojzije.
Yeah, I'm from Croatia. I'm a guest here, but I feel sort of at home already.
It's a family, broadcast. Well, I hope that you feel this, We are all glad to be here, and I hope so do the 10 strongest ladies players which are playing in this event. So this is the third stage of the FIDE Grand Prix series. There are 6 tournaments overall, and maybe we can present the pairings of the third round, which is played today.
And yeah, I want to encourage users not to be shy. You can root for your favorite players in YouTube channel chat. Yeah, we like together a huge society, so move on and support your players. So many countries present.
And of course, these Grand Prix, it's a wonderful opportunity also for not only for the world best players to take part in it, but also for local heroes to shine. We were talking about the qualification path. I will explain it to you a little bit later. The tension is rising already. Let's have a look at the standings. So you will see that 4 players are actually in the lead with 1.5 points out of 2. There are no perfect score in this tournament, so there will be no Fisher Prize, like for the perfect score. Nevertheless, there will be a beauty prize in this event, a very wonderful initiative offered by our sponsors. So the game which will be voted the most beautiful will be awarded a very special prize. So it will be a Cartier watch.
Yeah, this sounds really encouraging, and I'm so happy that we will have that prize. I would love to see it awarded in some kind of emotional, special way. So I'm pretty sure that will happen because Jean-Michel and also you are around Almira, you're taking into consideration all those details. So I'm quite happy.
So you have Humpy, Koneru, Sarasadat, Khademalsharieh, you have surprising leader, I would say, but not for us, but maybe for our viewers, Batkhuyag Munguntuul representing Mongolia, and Kateryna Lagno. All of those players have 1.5 points. I wanted to know that Grandmaster Harika Dronavalli started the tournament disastrously. That's her debut in this Grand Prix series, and she started with 2 defeats. So let's see if she will be able to bounce back.
I met her yesterday evening. I was going to the dinner in the hotel Hermitage. She was, I guess, ordering some food, and she greeted me. I greeted her. There was some kind of smile, so it seems to me that she's not like in some kind of desperate mood. So I was happy to notice this because she deserved more, especially yesterday, and I'm pretty sure she will fight back.
Yes, her game against Sarasadat Khademalsharieh finished in, let's say, in a tragic way, of course, for her, although I think that it was already a balanced position, yes. So, but she blundered, and Sarasadat scored her first win, and it was the only decisive game of the round. All other games were drawn. So let's hope for more spectacular day today, because this prize that we were talking about maybe should motivate players, create exceptional combinations, sacrifice, attacks, maybe a positional masterpiece, who knows?
Overall, I think we can be happy with the first 2 rounds. Many interesting encounters, games, even draws. For example, yesterday, last game, Zhongyi playing against Munguntuul. Really, it was interesting game with many ups and downs. So I can say that I'm quite happy with the way how players are fighting.
And also with the quality of the play. This is a very strong tournament. 7 of the participants bear the Grandmaster title. 3 of them dream about this title, and I think that Bibisara Assaubayeva is on the brink of accomplishing her 3rd norm. She is close to 2500, so maybe this will be the scene.
Yeah, but this is typical when you're chasing a GM title. Somehow it's hard, and you think that you will have one chance, but basically afterwards, when you become a grandmaster, for you, I don't know, scoring a GM norm, then it's like normal day in the office, and later you are chasing 2600 ratings, so you think that it's normally to perform well. So it's sort of psychological issue, because like players like Bibisara and Sarasadat, they clearly are getting very, very close to a GM title. So we can see them on the camera. Bibisara is thinking what to do. We have that game.
Alojzije, before we start analyzing the game, I wanted to mention what is first of all, the qualification path to those Grand Prix tournaments, and because we also will have an interview very soon, and then we will analyze the game in depth. So a lot of you asked the questions. First of all, the Grand Prix series, of course, is the part of the journey towards the World Championship title. So the two players will qualify for the candidates tournaments for their best overall results. So each player is playing 3 tournaments out of 6 Grand Prix tournaments. And as you can see, there are 20 players competing in the series. So how did they make it actually to the Grand Prix? As you can see, Ju Wenjun, the current world champion, is not playing in the series, but she is preparing for her match against Zhongyi, who is the winner of the women's candidates tournament, and the match will take place in April. However, Zhongyi is using this possibility to train, to try the new openings and maybe not reveal that much. Alojzije, what do you think?
Yeah, there was a huge discussion, for example, regarding Guke's participation in some events prior to the World Championship match. For example, European Club Cup, he was playing the first board for Super Chess team. But these days it's really hard to keep some top-notch novelties in your
pocket. Yes.
Exactly. So I don't believe that they are hiding too many things. For them, it's more important to be warmed up, to get into that fighting mood. So yeah, I don't believe that she's hiding something. Especially, also we have prizes here, so she can be focused on that as well.
Okay, and we are ready for the interview.
Il n'a pas encore lancé, hein? Non. Hein? Non, c'est bon là. C'est bon? Ouais, c'est bon là, on va pouvoir. Maintenant, il n'y a plus que notre.
I'm here with basketball star Donatas Mutiyunas. Hello, who made the first move today in the game between Zhongyi and Kosteniuk, Alexandra Kosteniuk. First of all, can you tell us a little bit about who you are? Big basketball star, you play for Monaco, play in the NBA. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I started playing basketball when I was 7 years old. It's my passion, it's my love. I also have a huge passion and love for the people who also can do something what I cannot do. And by coming in here to see all these women competing against each other, best in the world, it's really humbling for me and a beautiful experience that I, received. So really thank you for having me here. To make a symbolic move, first move is a huge honor for me. And, for me it's beautiful that through the sports we can connect, we get all connected, and I feel honored to be here.
Yeah. And you play chess yourself?
When I was younger, I was, but I really forgot, and we were joking around. I need to remind myself how to play. Really, it's an interesting game, very competitive, very intelligent, and I really feel like I think the time came right now for me to remind myself and learn.
Yeah. Maybe this is a sign being here.
Exactly.
And I saw your son played A3. What would you have played as the first move?
I would probably go to the middle. Yeah.
Control the center, that's
control the
important.
center, yeah. But you know, for him, for Paehtz, he's also studying 2 years since he was going to school in chess, and yeah, I mean, for me it was nice because he's coming for vacation here to do that together. It also means a lot for me.
Yeah. And let's talk about sport in Monaco. Of course, there's Formula One. We have chess here, basketball. What's the sport culture like here?
I think it's phenomenal. I mean, Monaco as a country itself, they really, you know, everyone knows Monaco about the lifestyle, the flashiness and everything, but there's another beautiful side of it. You know, we have a lot of sports here and a lot of, you know, great teams, great individual sport athletes. And from my side, you know, when you win here, everyone really shows a lot of love, a lot of attention. So for us to bring back, not bring back, to be honest, bring the first championship of France to Monaco, was a huge thing, you know. So to be honest, I feel honored to be part of this this beautiful history, and overall to play in Monaco is a special place. So I'm always honored and humbled to be here.
Yeah. And you play more of a physical sport. Chess is more of a mental, albeit also physical sport. Where do you think they overlap? Where are the similarities?
Again, basketball, yes, the mostly is physical, but and athleticism, running, jumping, but you know, there's also a lot of reading, game reading, and one of the best players, I would say, we have one of the best point guards in EuroLeague right now, Nick Kaladis. We call him the Bolt Eagle. He's like a chess player. You have to predict where the player gonna move to make the pass in front. You don't pass where the player is right now. You have to pass up front. So it's very similar. And I would say in chess, you have to predict where the player is gonna go. So you can have to cut him off or you know, deliver the hit. You know, I would say that.
Yeah. And you're originally from Lithuania, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know any chess players? The chess culture in Lithuania is actually quite big.
Yeah, I know some of them. I didn't really check on them in a long time, but we do have a lot of players who like to play chess, and I know my fiance was playing chess also. So we do have a lot of people who actually compete in chess. So it's like I said, it's a very intelligent game, and if you go somewhere to the park, you always see people playing chess one against another. So it's kind of cute.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Donatas, and I hope you enjoy the event and the games today if you're watching closely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, just so tall.
Welcome back to our studio in Monaco. Alojzije, we are lucky to have so many guests.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of sports in general, and I think Monaco and Monte Carlo is like a perfect spot to invite some VIPs. And yeah, I think in future we will have like really like big database of celebrities. I don't know, being a fan of chess. Sometimes we say that someone is a chess player, but maybe he just barely knows. But anyway, this is some kind of supporting community.
Of course, and they bring attention to the game, but I truly believe they do love game of chess and they enjoy it very much. So many events have been organized around the world. So
yeah,
they help us to grow the game.
And I wouldn't put the pressure on them asking too much about their level and everything. They are here, they support, and we need all type of supporters. So it's not important that someone is having a rating on chess.com or Chess or something. Never mind. Just bring them closer.
Yes, because I think that we have to be aware that we are not doing any better on the basketball field, you know.
Exactly. No, we are probably much worse than they are in chess. Yeah.
So, coming back to the Grand Prix participants, we wanted to show you actually everyone who is participating in these events, explain this a little bit, and then we will analyze the game. the games because we started already. So let's have a look at our graphics.
I would like just to add also maybe our viewers can help us. So regarding basketball players, I know that Luka Doncic is playing chess. I think Derrick Rose was playing chess. Some Boston players, maybe viewers would help me. In Croatia, we had Goran Giricek. He scored 27 points in his NBA debut. Then Nikola Kalinic, now playing for Red Star. He was also very known internationally. Wembanyama.
Yes, that's what I wanted to mention. Our superstar, Wembanyama, he loves chess, and he even met his fans in the Washington Square Park during the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and he played, almost the whole day.
Yeah, so feel free to write in chat some names. We are now focused on basketball. Of course, there are some other athletes as well, but don't hesitate to write us. I'm curious and I'm interested to learn about some fans of basketball, of chess and basketball players. It's not important the level. It's important that they showed that passion.
Etienne, may we have the overall list of the participants in the Grand Prix. So here are the tournaments. And so first Grand Prix took place in Tbilisi. The second leg was organized in Shymkent. Right now it's the third stage of the Grand Prix series, which is organized in Monaco. Then the fourth tournament is scheduled in Cyprus, then in India, and in Austria. So, as you can see, I've started that June is not playing in this tournament, and she was actually replaced by Sarasadat Khademalsharieh. So, then how did the other players qualify for the Grand Prix series? Lei Tinji, she was the challenger for the crown. Yes, so she qualified directly. Then you have Kateryna Lagno. She qualified from the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Series to 22-23, so she was the winner of the series. Alexandra Goryachkina, Nurgil Salimova, Anna Muzychuk, and Zhongyi qualified from the FIDE Women's World Cup. Then you have Vaishali Rameshbabu and Batkhuyag Munguntuul, who qualified from the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss. It's the strongest women's open event. And as you can see, Batkhuyag, she had a stellar performance in this event. She qualified ahead of so many players then. And we were talking about this, but for the moment, we have spots attributed by Elo. And you have Humpy Koneru, Maria Muzychuk, Nana Jagnidze, Harika Dronavalli, and Alexandra Kosteniuk, who qualified by Elo. And the 6 other sports were attributed to the organizers. Those are the wild cards. So every local here can play in the 3 events and try to qualify for the candidates tournament.
Yeah, I was thinking and trying to get some name of player missing who would deserve to be here, but I'm not so successful. Basically, all top players are here.
By the way, Elisabeth Paehtz, she was nominated by Monaco because she represents our chess club, so Cercle d'Échecs de Monte Carlo. So like Edu Stavrula, she was nominated by Cyprus. Then I think Divya Desmuk, she was nominated by India. You have Leila Javakhishvili nominated by Georgia. And Olga Badelka, she actually replaces Regina Pokorna-Tissel because she is not able to participate in the Grand Prix series due to personal reasons. So this is it, I think. Yes, we've covered all of the players.
Yeah, still we are far from decisive standings. Many tournaments left.
Yes, and here are the standings. So
yeah,
you have the
Bibisara Assaubayeva is leading the field, but some players are missing, like Lei Tinji and few others.
Lei Tinji haven't played
yet any tournament. So these standings, of course, can say something, but also is keeping some things hidden. Kashlinskaya, she's doing great because out of one tournament, one victory, as well as Goryachkina.
But she will only play that's her only tournament, by the way, yes, because Alina, well, she was also replaced.
Placed by, yeah. So this is actually the issue, but okay, let's say that Goryachkina is now probably the leader, we could say, of the series, because one tournament, one clear win, but others are very close. Tan is doing very well, so it's really hard to say who can be the winner.
No, actually, what I wanted to say, that those Grand Prix series, they actually introduced in the world of chess the notion of the race. Very rarely we had those, not in the tournaments. They were very often the closed tournaments. So, but now, this qualification path is becoming very interesting for the fans.
But it's very fair race, because sometimes when you have tournaments race where different type of tournaments, here it's very fair. You play 3 tournaments, and after 3 tournaments we have standings. So I think it's a very, very super fair race, and you cannot complain. It's not one tournament, it's not KO. You can even have a bad day, a bad week, and you still can qualify.
Okay, so let's have a look at the games.
Yeah, many interesting events. I don't see any symmetry. I don't see Petros. We were commentating this, that in first 2 rounds that might happen, but suddenly I see so many original positions, and actually it's not easy to pick one, and you will see.
I want to pick one from the very start, but I have a reason for this, Alojzije. Let's start with the game Munguntuul Koneru.
Okay.
Because of course, like I was looking at the personal scores, statistics, and first, you will be surprised, Alojzije. I have never seen this in my professional career, like in my professional life, but they've played so many games, and the first game was played in the World Under 12, so they know each other very well. Well, they made a draw, but every game Batkhuyag played against Humpy was with white pieces. And even today, it's not an exception. So they drew. Then Humpy is actually leading. She's +2 in their personal encounters, which means she won 2 more games. But at some point, and they were mostly playing in the Grand Prix, but she beat Koneru when she was rated 2260, and Humpy was rated over 2600, and she won 2 games against her. So she's a very dangerous opponent. But Humpy, of course, is more experienced, and over the years, she has a positive score.
Yes, now when you provided that beautiful info, then we can understand this psychological pressure, because with black, it's not easy to surprise your opponent, playing so many times with black. But also it's now for Humpy like a normal situation. What to do? I'm always black, and let's play. So
Yeah,
she's used to it.
Now that I know this, I'm actually I'm so curious. The curiosity killed the cat. But this is probably the quality which is very natural to me. So I want to ask Humpy about this. So I hope that during the interview, or maybe another day, we will be able to film her emotions and thoughts.
Yeah, I'm trying now to recall. Did I have something similar that I was playing all the time with one colors? I'm trying to recall. I know I was black many times against someone, but I'm not so sure about all the time. Do you have any similar experience?
No, but then I would want to take it elsewhere. Let's go. Let's go outside. It's not fair.
Yeah,
So,
okay, let's check
the opening.
So
of
it
course,
was bishop
yes.
c4. Now you remember that I said that e4 is like more common than d4. I still think that's the case, and they're playing like Italian game. Bishop c5, c3. After knight f6, d3 is the main move, but of course d4 is also possible continuation. After ed, cd, bishop b4, and you can play knight d2 or bishop d2. There are some sidelines, but usually players do play this e5, d5, bishop b4, 5, that's all known, cd, and now bishop b6 or bishop b4. Bishop b4 was played, knight d2, castles. That was played so many times. I don't know about some new games.
Yes, I've been looking in the database, a lot of blitz games, of course. So the main move in this position for black is bishop g4. But you have a few other alternatives. You can also take on d2. Like you can take knight d2, bishop d2. And even bishop f5 was played in a few games. So I would go for knight d2 or bishop g4.
Bishop g4 looks as the most natural move.
Maybe the most challenging.
Yeah. Now I know that there is queen a4, a5. I think something also they play.
Yes, you can play. First, I actually like, when I study this position, I like the move bishop c6 because it's this is the idea in this line. Yes, you want to first of all you want to ruin the structure and then to play against those weak pawns. So queen c2.
But I think that c5 now I think equalizes, but I'm not sure.
Yes, wait a second. It was maybe it's not this line. Let me see.
I think c5 now after queen c2 that c5 equalizes, but
let me see. Queen c5. Maybe it's the yes, queen c5. You can play this as well. So, yes, it was played in the game, but still.
Goryachkina played it or something, but I'm not 100% sure that c5 was played after queen c2.
Okay, c5 here is possibility.
Yeah, Goryachkina played it.
Just a second.
c5, he played it some few years ago, but
yes, but it was like on blitz, of course.
Okay, so it was not few years; it was long ago.
But then you have another alternative, of course, not bishop c6. Then you can play queen a4 here after bishop
queen
a4.
If I'm not mistaken, a5 is the move, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. After queen a4, what do they play? No, they're not playing.
No, it's
a5.
not this position. They usually take on d2, bishop d2, because, well, bishop d6 is, of course, the threat, and you will win the bishop on b4. So, bishop b2, knight d2, because you cannot take with the bishop, because then the black, they can win the piece on themselves. They can take on f3. And bishop d7, and that's what I wanted to say, that white is trying to play against this light square bishop. They take on c6, bishop c6 here, bishop c6, and they go for this opposite color middle game, bishop. So I'm not sure if it yields any like promising advantage, but so let's see.
I was present when there was analysis of Chigaeva against Van Forest, and they were discussing similar positions. And of course, Jordan knows a lot of theory, but even he was very sort of confused. I was not sure. I think there was this move, and everything looks similar, and so many lines to remember.
But let's say, if you're going for this position with white, you are only playing for 2 results. So that might be a very sound opening strategy for Batkhuyag, especially against Humpy, who just won the World Rapid Championship in New York. So she's feeling quite confident. She started the tournament with a win with the black pieces, so she's leading.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be tricky because your opponent is having like 2300 and you're a rating favorite, but in this tournament maybe you're not playing against 2300, you're playing against 2400 player because she's in a good shape, and maybe in some other tournament she will collapse, and that's why she has 2300, not 2480 or 25. And I think when you sense that your opponent is in a good shape, that's not 2300 player, currently. We will also need a few more rounds to prove it. But the way how she played first 2 games, dangerous opponent, 2400 opponent, and then draw with black pieces against 2400 opponent is not bad.
Well, it's a very interesting thought, and actually, I wanted to add that I think that even when we make the pairings during the open tournaments, or even when we're looking at the tiebreak criteria, we should not look at the ratings, but at the performance. I don't know if you agree with me, but
exactly.
It's more fair.
Exactly. Because if that tournament, your opponent is playing on 2500 performance, that means that she's showing that strength on the board. Yeah.
Okay, so in Humpy, she made another move. What was
Bishop
played?
d7 was played.
She played Bishop
which
d7.
is also a normal move.
Let me
Anticipating Queen a4, I guess.
Actually, it's... I don't have many games actually with Bishop d7. We might get there by transposition, but let's say a game which was played years ago between Sveshnikov and Krasenkov. And Krasenkov won because Evgeny Sveshnikov tried knight e4. Let's see what might happen.
Knight e4.
Yes, knight e4, d takes e4, and knight g5. And he missed that. Maybe he didn't miss, but because he had an idea of his own, but black can take knight e5.
Yeah, discover the attack.
Exactly.
No motive if you take knight takes and both.
And then he played queen a4. Just wanted to show you how the game continued because it's quite an interesting skirmish, if I might say. Bishop b5, queen b5, knight d3, because now both pieces are hanging. Yes, of course, protecting. And bishop e3, queen e7.
Hang on, knight e4. You take on d4. Okay, that's why first bishop e3.
And that's how the game continued. So queen e7, and black eventually won this game. So be careful. Knight e5 is in the air. And what is strange, I have another game by Evgeny Sveshnikov in the same variation, but there were not too many recent games after bishop d7, so maybe Humpy prepared something at home.
Okay, let's try to use our logics.
Yes.
After bishop d7, my conclusion would be that maybe my bishop on b5 is now losing a role. So I would consider maybe
bishop d3,
just to come back to
retreat?
the yes, maybe that would be an option.
What was played? And we have a move. What did she play? Bishop d3?
Yes, the bishop is gone. So bishop d3 was played. Yeah, that would be my logic. So now black can follow with the bishop f5. That's a normal move. And then let's say queen somewhere, e2 or c2. Maybe e2.
Of course, you don't. Maybe we should mention that black shouldn't take on d2 here, because you have this maybe bishop h7 immediately,
so
or maybe not immediately.
Bishop d2 or knight d2.
Knight d2.
Knight d2.
Or you should take first, yes?
Bishop d2. Bishop d2.
You don't have bishop h7
no, because,
here.
But
yes,
okay, after queen d2, my queen is ready to come up, and after bishop g4, I have this knight g5 you mentioned. Here, sometimes there are tricks with knight f6, but not yet. Maybe even immediately.
Why not? This is
maybe even immediately.
Interesting variation.
f5, f3. I'm threatening bishop h7, and then discovered attack. We all know this, bishop h7, and then bishop goes to g6 and queen h7. Let's say that you take. This is a threat.
Here's your beauty prize, Alojzije. Yes, we should claim one for commentators.
That was my way of play, but believe me, Almira, I've lost so many times. I was trying to be a hero, but from hero to zero, that was also part of my regular tournament.
What's going on?
Routine.
We have some noise. But then I wanted to ask you one question, because very often, especially for the elite players, the joy of winning a game does not really compensate this state of sadness, profound sadness when they lose. So how was it for you?
I wanted to give one sentence which was said in the interview. Croatia, we are quite good in many sports, but our nemesis are friends. His friends, especially in football, World Cup finals, 2018 in Russia, World Cup semifinals, 1998. So yeah, you were just winning all the time against Croatia. Same goes for handball. Karabatic brothers,
Yes,
they were Omeyer and so on. And Ivano Balic was like, he was awarded a few times as the best handball player in the world. He said that in sports, there are more like desperate feelings, situation, tough losses, much more than a joy. But one really top results makes you forgetting all those bad experiences. So I would say that in general, as you mentioned, there are more sore losses, but joy of maybe winning something unexpectedly or important gives you this boost that I'm doing a right thing in my life.
But also I think that we should be allowed to celebrate it, It's like we are always silent, or almost religiously silent. So I think that we should allow
my bad side of my play. So
Yes.
my good side was initiative, risk-taking, sort of creative. I was also good in defense, but my weak side was technique. But not that I had a bad technique, but somehow I invested a lot of energy to outplay some strong players. For example, you're playing against some player who never gets into bad position. He's so good with black, and that you cannot go anywhere against him. You are just checking, I don't know, 26-70 player playing against, I don't know, Almashif, for example, and draw. He wins with black, draw. You don't see an advantage somewhere. And when you manage to outplay that type of player, that means that you really brought something to the game. And I was putting like 100% into that direction, and then I would just stay without energy to convert. I think Aronian said the same. He said in a different way, he said that he became bored. So when he outplayed his opponents, suddenly he feels, or he's not so interested as this process of outplaying. So that was actually my bad side, but I don't know, I was feeling really, I don't know, sometimes encouraged, for example, to win against Krivoruchko, to outplay those players. You really, I don't know, in Slav defense against Drev, for example. Drev spent 20 years analyzing Slav defense, and suddenly you're winning in the middle game in Slav defense against him. That's a serious achievement, yeah.
That's a wonderful feeling, I hope.
Yeah, for me, it was, I don't know, pleasure that people are coming, strong players, and they see that I'm playing a strong player who never gets outplayed. Of course, that happened rarely, but anyway, it happened from time to time. But the final outcome was sometimes not according to the way how the game should end up. But never mind. I think, Almira, we don't have any regrets. I'm happy what I was actually doing in my career. I was 25.97. Of course, I would be more happy to cross 2600, but never mind. I was Croatian champion, playing for national team and so on.
I was thinking actually how different nations, they have different words. Like British would say splendid, the Scottish, Scots, they will, there's very funny accent. They would probably say something like, if I will manage to reproduce, it's like very dead brilliant. So that was my token,
Yeah,
joy.
so here some pleasure of outplaying, for example, Humpy in this position would also be a serious achievement. But at the moment, it seems to me that she's doing quite well, although they ended up in this position.
Which we analyzed, yes?
Yeah, and
Queen Zeta.
I'm not sure that this is the right thing. So here, why didn't she play bishop f5? I'm curious. Okay, white can avoid now the exchange on d2, play knight b3, but then usually black plays a5, and we have this type of structure. Bishop a3, you can push a4 and transfer my knight, again trying to attack you somewhere, but it's really complicated. I don't know, is there any other way to go instead of a3? Probably not.
But why not queen c2? Do we lose something? No, not knight b3.
Immediately.
It's like in
it's possible.
Yes, but
it's possible, but now when I exchange, okay, still, I don't need to exchange yet. Maybe I can play bishop g6 just to be safe.
Like bishop g6, and we need to do something about.
I don't believe that you can take. Maybe you can, but then I take on d4. I don't know. Is this something? Probably shouldn't be. You can take on c7. But usually black is fine in those positions. But maybe, I don't know, queen somewhere, queen d5, preparing rook c8.
Especially defending on b7, maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with white playing this position because rook c8 is coming.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, first of all, I need to find a way for my queen. I need to come back, probably. Yeah.
But maybe then, yes, queen c2, a3.
I can take on e5. So I'm threatening.
Yes, but
this.
after bishop g6, I think that black has a very comfortable position. a3, but like I don't see what else can we do. Can you take here?
No,
bishop d2?
I can take.
And then take.
Yeah.
But then maybe queen d2. All I want is to play with this structure.
So this position,
and very often you have to play f6 here. So
usually they are transferring the knight to d8.
But the thing here, no, because very often, if you will play something like queen d7, I can even make a strange move and play knight h4. I don't know if it works here. So
probably it works.
Maybe maybe here queen g4. Yes, you want.
But
maybe knight g5. Knight g5. Wait. Knight g5 is better. I can, because I want to play f4 in one move. Of course, maybe knight g5, then g6, and then I can play f4.
This is better for white. I can agree. I know this from Queen's Gambit Accepted. Sometimes there are those structures around similar.
So that's what I wanted to illustrate, that white is actually aiming and to this position, yes?
And I just want to emphasize how complicated they are. It seems obvious, and suddenly you're getting into some like lousy position. So it's very complicated. It's not easy to learn them. That's why I wanted to say that if Humpy went wrong, it's not so strange because everything looks similar. Sometimes something is good. In other position, you don't need to react that way. So she just played, she took after bishop d7, bishop d3, she took on d2. She took with the bishop first, I guess.
Yes.
No, with the knight, sorry. Take, she took.
Actually, I have one question, because here maybe she can try and play bishop g4 here. I was not sure what would be the answer. Should you go bishop b2 or do you have...
No, knight g5 we mentioned.
Yes.
And then after h6, this motive. I think this works.
Knight f6, that was
this works.
So bishop g4 doesn't work.
And g6 now, of course, is pointless. So you're coming here to
and
take
h4, yes.
So what's necessary? f6. It's a bit strange, Almira, that we already have some firework coming after, like, what, 40 minutes?
But f6 is a typical, let's say, move in this position. Not to say standard, you always have to challenge the center. So I'm pretty sure that Humpy knows all the motives and ideas, but since this position is already new in a way, very few games have been played, so even if she would want to, watch the games and get the feel of the position, it's not possible.
I'm trying also to think into direction how Munguntuul got a very promising position without some serious effort. We cannot say that she outplayed her, tricked her in the opening. Basically, she got this position, and this position looks really, really promising. I think Almira, in your hands, you would be very happy to
Oh,
have
yes.
that type of position, especially against Humpy, because if you play, I don't know, some Rui Lopez, to get this type of position, you would really need to be well armed and maybe outplay her already. But here, Munguntuul got it sort of for free, because it seems very promising. I don't see that she's okay.
Oh, when she goes for bishop g4, we already have a critical moment in the game. Humpy spent 30 minutes for how many moves? 13 moves?
Yeah, exactly.
And after knight g5, we analyzed that
I would love to
the
have.
fireworks might start already now.
Sorry
Yes.
for interrupting. I would love to have now faces of the players to see them on the camera, because I think this is psychological moment. It's not bluff, but she's sending this energy. So if Etienne can provide us a little bit better insight into their body language.
To be honest, I don't think that you have to ask Batkhuyag twice to play
Yeah.
knight g5. She is a very aggressive player, and I'm sure that this is all she thinks about right now.
I'm sure that Koneru is worried, but she's trying to show that everything is under control. But it's not. It's not, and it's a very dangerous position. Maybe we should get them both, that we see them on the camera both simultaneously at the same time. Since it's now not about calculation so much, because Munguntuul, she knows that she can now play knight g5, knight h7, knight f6. This is not some kind of new motive for a like player of that caliber, but she's checking, rechecking, and it's sort of psychological issue now. You see that something is very good for you, but you're trying to see what's your opponent up to.
Exactly. What I wanted to say is that it's also very direct. It's knight g5, knight h7, knight f6. It's not like that you have the tree of possibilities. Let's say knight g5.
Knight g5. Let's first check knight d4. But then I take on h7. You move the king. Maybe I can play even f4. But let's say that. Okay, f4 is the move, I think.
Can you bring your... you want to play queen f2 and queen h4?
Yeah, I was thinking in that direction. Okay, now I'm threatening to take the knight. And if you play knight f5, some h3 is coming. So I don't know. Maybe you can go to e6. Looks super dubious.
But then just retreat your bishop.
Yeah, bishop d3 or something.
I thought maybe bishop c2. I was not sure.
Yeah, bishop c2 maybe even better. Maybe you're right, even better. I agree. No, this looks like a really horrible position. So let's say knight d4, you can easily understand that that's not working. So your major concern should be h6. After g6, you have all the time in the world, queen f4. So h6 is your major reply. After f5, you know that knight x6, so h6. Knight f7. This is the only thing you need to see. Rook e8. Okay, maybe you are not aware of knight f6, but I think this desperado to play knight f6 is something you calculate here first. Probably queen f4 is maybe even better.
No, but
knight f6, she's calculating. So g takes, queen h7.
Queen h6. It's very straightforward.
Yes, I have a threat. So Almira, I guess I'm threatening two things: to take on f6 and to play bishop h7. So f5. Yeah, and now I play some move. f3, h3. Okay, she needs to calculate rook e6. This is the only thing which concerns her.
But if I simply play queen f4, then what do you do?
Queen f4, bishop h5. I think this is not easy to calculate.
But then I'll take on f5.
I understand.
Yes. No, but we want. I
understand. You're completely right, but maybe she's uncertain here.
The thing, I can understand this. What I didn't like about the move f3 is that there is no way for you to bring the rook into the attack. So can we do something else?
h3?
No, maybe queen h6. Just a second. I want to look at the position. There's no other way for us to play here. Can only knight Knight f6, queen h6
Yeah.
is natural. Yes.
Queen f4, it's not so easy that you figure it out that it's better to move. Okay, this is not easy. This
No,
is
you mean with the tempo and
yeah.
then knight f6. But then what do you want to
Queen
take?
g3. Queen
Queen
g3 is my
g3,
threat.
okay.
So this, and you take. I can take maybe this.
Yes, but now bishop g6. I don't have to.
No,
really...
I take on g6.
And f7.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes,
this
yes, of course. No,
doesn't
I
work.
cannot play. Yes.
So you need to play again. What? Rook e6, probably the only move.
Yes.
And if I give check. Okay, this is something which is easy for player to enter. If she spots this, it's easier to enter. You have a draw in your pocket, perpetual, and you're still moving with the attack. And then maybe here in this moment, she will think, she knows that queen f4 is a good move, but she will, after rook 8, and she will think about knight f6 immediately.
Look at Batkhuyag. She is considering knight g5 for sure, but I think that she will spend some time here. So let's move on. Let's give an overview of all the openings. Yes, and we will come back.
Just maybe to conclude
game.
to our viewers, knight g4 is screaming to be played.
Knight g5. Yes.
Knight g5, but it's not so easy to grasp all the things with engine. Of course, it's easy, but I understand. So she sees this. We can agree, Almira. She spotted this, but it's not so easy to calculate. Will she go for it?
Yes, I think she will.
Okay. We will see. I think also that she will go for it.
So next game.
Which one you want?
Maybe Harika Lagno, because
Okay.
Harika started with 2 losses. Kateryna is leading the tournament after the 2 rounds. What I wanted to tell you that they also played their first game for the first time in the World Championship under 12. So they know each other very well. However, the score is very close. Harika leads +1. And they haven't played that many games in classical chess, surprisingly. So let's have a look at the opening.
Yeah, we can also get them on the camera. So Harika against Kateryna. Lagno, Dronavalli. But in the meantime, let's see, knight f3, just to maybe Etienne will provide us the camera of that game. So knight f3, knight f6, just to explain to the viewers that the point is sometimes to avoid Greenfield, because after d4, knight f6, c4, g6, let's say knight c3, you're entering Greenfield, and all those repertoire sidelines leads to transpositions to Greenfield, knight f3, knight f6.
And Kateryna Lagno plays Greenfield.
Yeah, the point is to avoid d4, but keeping in mind that at some stage you go for it. And there are some players who say, okay, I'm playing Greenfield against main lines with d4, c4, but if my opponents start to move around with knight f3, g3, c4, heading towards Greenfield position, but without the pawn on d4, I'm actually not against the fianchetto Greenfield. So that's, I think, the concept. Okay, fianchetto King's Indian. I will go to King's Indian. I don't mind playing King's Indian fianchetto. Others King's Indians are more risky, but against Greenfield, I don't mind. For example, Kozul has that type of repertoire. I think even MVL, he was playing Greenfield, but he was not afraid to enter King's Indian fianchetto and so on. Knight c3, knight d7. First possible line and critical line is this Yugoslav variation, which goes knight c6.
Yes, what I wanted to say that it's not a surprise that Harika uses. She plays with knight f3 and g3 against especially the King's Indian. I played knight c6 against her. She knows these positions very well. But I think once again that Kateryna prepared something because she played knight bd7, so she entered sort of the King's Indian attack with the reversed color structure. Yes. So,
Castles e5, but I think the main thing is that e3 was played, which
Mhm.
is not the main move. People play e4,
Yes.
and now there are many ways either to play ed c6, a6, so many lines to be played. So e3 is a sideline.
Yes, that's why I mentioned. Yes, we have the King's Indian attack structure with black. Of course, the typical move here would be to play e4, but after e3, it's not possible because you're simply losing the pawn. Because after e4, knight d2 or knight g5, even yes, you're losing the pawn, and you need your bishop on e5 and the rook on e8 to protect this pawn. So e3 is a tricky move.
Yeah, but that's why she is preparing this e4. You're explaining it beautifully. So c6 is also preparing, because after c6, let's say, I don't know, some move, then you can play
D5.
because you're protecting d5. Same goes for rook e8. You're preparing e4.
Well, not yet, because
not
yes,
yet.
you,
No,
you,
yeah,
you do
again,
need the bishop on f5.
Yes, sorry, my bad. So I need to play something. So she went for a5. There was a beautiful game, Nikolic against Fischer, but not Predrag Nikolic, one Croatian master in Vinkovci tournament. That was well known. Fischer liked to go there. So Fischer was playing e4 at some stage, and as Almira, you know, knight h5, knight f8, h5, bishop goes to f5, knight h7, knight g5, start attacking king's Indian attack. Fischer was playing that with white as well, and at some stage Fischer sacrifices a piece, and engines few years ago were not sure about that sacrifice, because white collected everything on the queen side, and typical, suddenly engines were not sure that there is a direct king side assault, but Fischer calculated and he won the game. So Nikolic against Fischer, if I would need to guess the year, maybe, I don't know, 67, let's say. But it was a really beautiful win with the black pieces. Of course, we are using the knowledge of previous top players, and for us now it's quite obvious, this knight f8, knight h7, knight g5, but 50 years ago, even more, it was not so obvious, and they were actually building the concepts.
So, and the computer evaluates this move as the best now? What do you think?
Later engine says the best. Same goes for first game of return match, Bobby Fischer against Boris Spassky in Yugoslavia and Serbia. They played in Sveti Stefan. And first game, there was this Ru Lopez, and Fischer maneuvered similar like Karpov Unziker. You mentioned this A-file breakthrough. Queen went, I don't know, to B1, rook to A3, stopping a counterplay, and then opening the file. Alekin's Gantz style. And then there is a Spassky sacrifices a piece, and there is a position where Fischer is a piece up, but it looks strange because white is having initiative on the queen side. Spassky was making a counterplay in the center, and Fischer plays g4. 15 years ago, no, less, let's say 8 years ago, that move was not in top 10 of engine choices. When you make a move, after a few minutes, engines say the best move. So Bobby Fischer, even like being old and without any practice, was still impressive.
Yes.
Check that game, first game of return match, Fischer-Spassky.
Because, yes, I was thinking also about another game, because when, but the more positional, when Anatoly Karpov first used against Garry Kasparov his idea, and I don't know if you remember in Caro-Kann where Garry Kasparov was aiming to position where he has the pair of bishops against knight and bishop on d6, and he thought that, okay, Karpov cannot castle, he will gradually squeeze everything out of the position, and when Karpov played king e7, and yes, and the king stayed in the center. So 30 years later, the computer still thinks that this is the best move. And those, as you can see, are completely different positions. We have sacrifices, we have speculative sacrifice, and we have a positional move. But somehow, well, here you see genius. expresses himself on the board, no matter what is the period, historical period.
Yeah, I think our dear viewers can sense that we are like chess fans, not just players and commentators. When I'm speaking about history, I got excited. Usually, yeah.
Yes, we're getting very emotional, of course.
Those are legends. We were learning from them. In previous times, it was not easy to meet them. These days, players are more often around many tournaments. At that time, it was not easy to meet a grandmaster, not just like a top player. But still, I was happy to meet some of them and to speak about some tournaments and so on.
Just to brush their suit, that was already enough. But if we can come back to our game.
So A5 was played.
Yes.
So A4, it's a bit strange concept.
Was played, however. I checked the games. So A4, A5, fixing
you can check the
structure.
rating. Elo White, I'm curious who was the best.
Even Vaganyan played this, and I'm pretty sure this is not a blitz game because Rafael Vaganyan was such a wonderful practical player. So he played A4, A5, and then B3, the same move that Harika used. So many years ago, but played in the Olympiads. So the only question that I have now is that after E takes ED, E takes ED, it was obvious for me that we need to do something with the knight on D7. So if you take on D4,
I'm now curious why she took. I'm a King's Indian player. I'm also D4 player with white. So my understanding would say that black is having a fine position. The problem is sometimes you are getting it a fine position, but that doesn't mean much against a player like Vaganyan or I don't know, Mickey Adams. He's not playing for advantage. He gives you a normal position, but still that doesn't mean that you are already in a safe place. I'm sure that black is fine here. I'm sure, but I'm trying to think what would be practically the best decision. You mentioned ED, which is okay.
Alojzije, I wanted to actually explain the idea, and that's why I'm not sure about the move that Kateryna made, because for me, ED has to be made with a combination with the move knight B8. As strange as it sounds, because now that you have fixed the structure, you have to play knight B8, and so you're aiming for C6 or B4. Maybe if you play D5, of course you open the big diagonal, you lose a lot of things, but just in case if you're not losing everything, then you can play knight A6, C5 or B4. So that's why I was thinking that knight F8 might be a small inaccuracy. I wanted to have your opinion. I'm not sure.
Yeah, she has, as you mentioned, it's not just knight on D7, she has space issue. And she's combining maybe knight F8 with this Fischer maneuver. Who knows? Maybe she wants to transfer it to the king side, to S7.
You can also play, I think, in a very positional way here. You play knight F8, then bishop F5 and knight E4. What do you think? This is another possibility.
Yeah, bishop F5. You know what's my advice to players? I'm getting questions. What do you think about King's Indian? And of course, as you know, answer is it's risky these days. Not many players are playing it. You can end up in a worse position. But I said, okay, you can play King's Indian, but with King's Indian, it's very important to be tricky. If you don't have this feeling to be tricky, then sometimes it's the opening is tough. So it's very important. Sometimes tricky means to be sharp. Sometimes tricky means to get your opponent into position where he will be stuck or she will be stuck. So here I'm trying to think what would be like a concept to allow white to start doing something. Is there a way to wait? So because I'm not sure what are of course, white will move the bishop, move the queen, and place the rook on 5. But what next? So I'm curious, is there a concept to prolong this exchange and to be a little bit more flexible?
I'm not so sure.
There is probably no.
Because you would want to make the move c6, but then b3 is already played, so bishop a3, you know. I'm not sure if you can weaken this diagonal and soften the pawn on d6.
If this works, this is the best move.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
If this is not dangerous now, I don't know. If this is not an issue for black, I'm quite sure that this is the move, because you're opening a lot of things. You're restricting the knight. You're shutting the bishop. So
And you
I don't know. I can go
prepare
now
for
this stuff.
and d5. Yes.
Yeah, and black want to say now I got this square, which can be something, and it might not be the case.
But then you can always play knight b8, knight c6. You change the structure
Exactly,
completely,
exactly.
but yes, then
And you have
reroute your
promising
knight,
stuff
of
on the
course.
king side. Okay, if I
I'm
take
sure.
now, and I don't know, this is probably some kind of equalization or not, because also this looks promising to me.
But then c6 with the idea of playing d5. you know,
Yeah, and then this knight e4, because I don't believe that this knight is perfectly, and also this can be empty bishop. We were saying about that before. Also looks super fine to me. I want to go knight e4, then other knight maybe comes. Okay, it's a matter of taste. I'm the guy who wants to, as I said, to make your opponent making concessions and decisions and so on.
Yes, you have to be ready to swindle your
Yes,
opponent.
yes,
Let's say
exactly.
I translated the lecture.
Exactly. So it's not the point sometimes that you need to be tricky in terms of tactics, but yeah, you need to do it because this is King's Indian.
It's the modern synthesis of the King's Indian.
Exactly. And when you go to the history, yeah, you will find many players who had that feeling to be tricky. Once the guy's launching an like deadly attack, second time he's playing positionally. So what happened? Knight f8, and you mentioned.
Yes, I was not sure that knight was like. I feel that it's misplaced on f8. Then you have to play somewhat positionally here, and you don't have enough space. So bishop g4, but the d4 pawn is not threatened anyway. So you can play bishop g4, then take on f3 and play c6. But
yeah, if you now go for c6 d5, you will get into reverse version.
I don't like it. Yes. But bishop f5, maybe what I mentioned in the beginning, and then knight e4.
Okay, probably after knight h4 you need to come back, I guess. Maybe
bishop g4.
Maybe you can. I move the queen, and then h3, and then I come back.
Yes,
later.
I no longer know what I'm doing here. c6. I will need to play c6
h3,
anyways,
and do you come back or?
That's the problem.
Maybe you come to d7, but.
And then what is your knight doing on on f8? You need to bring it to e6, then.
Okay, some rook e1 will be played, and now it's a waiting game. Who has some more useful moves? But in the end, you will be playing d5. I'm quite sure.
And what is the time situation? 1 hour 13 minutes for Harika, and Kateryna has spent quite a lot of time. 47 minutes for her left, and only 16. How many moves have you? 12 moves?
12 moves.
12 moves. Okay.
I'm a King's Indian player deep in my soul, so now I feel bad for her that she might get into a suffering position, but also kudos to Harika, who just stood up, since her approach paid off a bit. She's having a good position.
Okay, so next game.
Next game, which one?
What do I have here? I have Alexandra.
Just to come back,
yes.
we don't have knight b5 on the board.
Oh, she played bishop b2. That's a pity.
Yeah. So bishop e2 and then f6. Still, I think Humpy needs to solve
that proves
her
that
problems. But
I cannot even make one number when I'm playing the lottery, So that's I'm the living proof that I shouldn't bet on things.
Yeah, you're watching a football match. They will never score a goal, and then again.
No, but okay, let's move
I'm
on.
even worse.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think Alexandra Kosteniuk against Tan Zhongyi. So Alexandra started with 2 blacks. Finally, she can have a look at the white pieces, and what an interesting position. Once again, let's have a look.
Yeah,
Was it Greenfield?
Greenfield,
It's,
actually, I love those positions, but I love those positions when I'm prepared. When I'm not prepared, I hate them because it's so tough to
So
find
what
a way.
happens?
So h4, there are several ways, either to take, we can call this alpha zero variation, I think, because suddenly alpha zero proved that h4 is good in so many versions. So h4, d takes c4, a normal continuation. Also, it's maybe good to show that to viewers that they are playing h4 these days a lot,
But
with
you
the
can-
point to avoid the Greenfield, since you can take on d5 or you can move h5, and then there is no taking on c3.
Then they go for the Benoni. Yes,
Benoni,
yes.
and
Very
these
strange
days,
Benoni.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I don't know.
And they're playing normally, so it's funny how they play like nothing has happened. Yeah. So, and it reminds me, I've tried those things, and Almira, it always backfired.
Backfires, yes.
Yeah, I was trying to copy, but I was a lousy copier, and it never worked.
Wait a second, I am trying to find a game in the database and I don't have a single game. Okay, this is not possible. Okay, let's have a look. So after d5,
Okay, seventh move.
here, yes, 7th move, because it's important maybe for our understanding. The main move is actually b5.
Okay.
Yes, so was played in many games and by Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. So this is the main line. So after b5, let's say you go h5, and the game continue in a crazy manner because black even castles. So you have to castle even after white played h5. So 8 hg6, And
F, I guess.
yes, f
Yeah.
hg6, then e5. I don't know, and bad things can happen. So knight g4. So
As I said, I love to analyze those positions, but if you're not prepared, it's so tough to handle them.
So another try was to play castle, and then, it can transpose, but white can also take on c4. And the third move, but only 8 games were played after bishop g4. And almost, like in every game, white took bishop takes c4.
Hang on, let me think.
And I wanted to tell you, so maybe Alexandra spotted something in Tan Zhongyi's preparation, because Yu Yangyi played this line with black, and we know that top Chinese players, they train together, they share all the files and the information. So after bishop g4, Yu Yangyi won the game when white played bishop c4. So Alexandra used a completely new move, maybe, which was, is it a top line by the computer?
It's one of the moves.
So queen a4 was played. Maybe I missed some chess.com games once again, and I do not have the latest developments in my database.
Trying to explain to viewers how tough is to play Greenfield. With white, usually white chooses the variation, and black is choosing the setup. So as a white, you pick up the line, so it's let's say h4, and then you need to prepare with white on many different choices, and black is the one who is choosing the reaction. But to be so prepared in all those, as you mentioned, lines, and of course she couldn't know what would happen. This is really tough to play.
What I wanted to understand, so Alexandra decided to play queen a4 and to take on c4 with her queen. Yes, so why she didn't go for the very natural bishop c4, maybe the queen on c4 and taking on c5 is actually something she was hoping for.
So I guess here the thing is that
Knight d7 you can play, yes, and then black finished the development, and maybe she wanted like to avoid this.
here the thing is that this is
You
some
have knight
concrete
e5, yes, maybe if knight d7 or even e5.
after here, knight
Yes.
d7. Yeah, I think
What-
e5
what can you
maybe
play here?
immediately. This can be very tricky.
But knight e5 is not a good move. No, like I wanted to challenge the bishop. Of course, e5 is maybe the most concrete.
Yes,
Oh.
also a move, but
Maybe
now there is a mess. There is
Tactical
a
refutation, yes. Oh. No, I don't. Yes, you're absolutely right. So e5. And
e5, and then I move the knight somewhere.
h5, maybe?
h5, yes.
e6 then?
Okay, e6, the bishop is here, but knight h2 looks scary.
Oh, knight h2 is a very beautiful move, yes.
And now there is some
Magnifique.
moves, I guess, which are like super forcing. I don't know, b5. It's really hard to analyze.
No, but I understand then the idea, because this is the first time that I see this position. So queen a4 is a very subtle move. You force the bishop to retreat on d7. I suppose queen d7, is not even an option, because it like maybe.
I think in general, even in
Yes.
the end game, white is better, but
course.
she can even move on.
Thank you
So
so much. So bishop d7, queen c4, and well, she took the pawn on c5 after castle, queen c5. What is the evaluation? This is the first time that I see this position, queen c5. What are you supposed to do here? You can't even play knight a6. I might take bishop a6 and castle immediately.
okay, that might be an option.
You think so? No, I would
No?
take. No, I am castle.
And castles, huh? Was thinking some knight g4 now or something, but probably it's not an option. I was
Yes,
thinking to
but
exploit the
White
square.
has such a powerful center, maybe bishop f4,
Yeah,
and you can take on c3 if you want. Like it's,
yeah. Bishop f4, and it should be more than fine.
Mhm.
So after queen c5, e6 was
e6
played,
was played.
which
Mhm.
is probably a very good move, because d6 is possible, but then this can be a headache for white. d6 was not played, so e6 was played.
No, but I think that you should hurry and finish your development. Bishop b2. There are so many openings where you sacrifice the central pawn, Caro-Kann, like when c4, take on d5, and then you're so ahead in the development. So you need, I urge you to finish the development, let's say, and then maybe rook 8, or what can you do here?
Yeah,
I
rook
can
e8,
castle, yes.
castles. I cannot evaluate this. It looks better for white, this is obvious, but I see some details where maybe black can count on some counterplay.
Okay, let's wait and see how this game unfolds. And
Very complicated, and sometimes as we were in that role, I feel like worried for both players, because it's really hard to understand what to do here. So I'm respecting how tough is now to be in that position.
well, yes,
It's very complete. I don't know. I would burn
a lot of
Almira
time
maybe
here.
a half an hour now to grasp what to do next.
And yes, this last piece of information that I had is that overall score between those two players is +1 for Alexandra Kosteniuk. They haven't played also so many classical games, but Alexandra won their last 2 classical encounters and a very important game during the World Cup in 2021, and she deprived Tan the title. So it's a very interesting game. But then we haven't covered yet what did Goryachkina against Assaubayeva against Goryachkina. Yes.
Yeah, just to add, I think that Alexandra's preparation is over. She's on her own. She's thinking about to play bishop e2 castle you mentioned, or maybe to immediately start doing something. I don't know, but she will burn some time even more now.
Just one try here before we switch to. Can you play h5? I wanted to try.
Okay, e takes.
Yes, and what else can we do here? Because I think once you've played h4, I think that you should try.
Sometimes engines tend to overestimate this. Of course, it's unpleasant for black.
But maybe a better version than with the pawn on h4. What do you think? Then I take on d5. And I will play bishop b2 anyway, so...
but rook e8 now.
Rook e8, bishop b2.
Now I can play knight h6 and...
yes, I agree with you. Okay.
I don't know, it's really, for me, hard to give any opinion.
So h5, he takes d5 and
I was thinking about this, because if you take then e5 is an option. So this is a serious attempt.
But h6?
Yeah, and can I play now something? e5 or take on f6? What's going on here? Is this something? It's very concrete. I take, you take somehow. I take. Am I getting any attack later with some knight jump or something?
But to be honest, here, even if you don't get a very powerful attack, maybe your idea is to play position. Who knows? I'm not sure.
I cannot be unhappy, so I have an open file. Even if I go to a long castle and exchange some pieces, I don't know. But it's risky to play.
No. Maybe you should take on f6. Let's try.
So here I take on f6.
This looks very appealing, yes, but maybe bishop f6, because I want to castle. Let's do something about it. I don't know. Bishop. I cannot play bishop b2.
And this is not an option?
Yes, I forgot about this one.
And then I will.
Yes, but then e5.
Where will
Queen d8?
Queen d8. I don't know. I can castle or play bishop c.
Maybe mean long castle here.
Yeah, that's my plan.
Try.
Of course, it's much easier to try the broadcast instead of your own game.
It's a very interesting idea. So bishop g5, bishop f6. First of all, secure in the center.
Yeah, king will be safe enough, I think, on b1, because this knight is actually restricting the bishop. Knight e4 later. So many options. You wanted to check Goryachkina?
Yes, before we go on a small break. Yes, we haven't covered the game between Bibisara, Assaubayeva and Alexandra Goryachkina. So Alexandra actually was playing very well yesterday. We analyzed this game against Alexandra Kosteniuk. They made a draw, but it was a hard-fought draw. So a lot of unusual ideas in the opening, especially in the French defense.
I want to comment about Bibisara's approach. She's playing really risky chess. With white, she's getting into complicated positions, not some small plus equal better positions for white. With black playing King's Indian. Today, once again, super complicated, risky stuff. Okay, as we mentioned, this approach is consuming a lot of energy, as Tan's style is similar. But this is a way how you can get your game to higher level, because you're not afraid of playing complicated positions. You're learning.
The thing is, if you're not playing like this when you're 20, she is going for her grandmaster title, and I think that we should, yes, praise her for such
because
approach.
sometimes someone will say, okay, those tournaments are tough, even draw is fine, don't risk. Someone will take a different approach. So I'm really impressed how she's doing. This looks really complicated, and this is known. We know this Almira, of course. This reversed Benoni.
Yes.
Yeah, so many options. I can go to f6, e7. Ding likes to play that way. Actually, he won against Bukesh in similar style, but not playing e4. Now we have this reverse King's Indian. But okay, King's Indian Benoni. Yeah, Benoni, let's say more. a6. A bit strange move that she didn't play a5 immediately. Okay, she had a reason, probably knight b3. She didn't want to play this kind of position, but I'm surprised. Why not a5 immediately? Okay, only now she played it. Knight e1, typical stuff. Ivanchuk was playing in that way with white.
Can we get to the position? Just I wanted to have a look after g takes f4. Here. Yes, no, you take them f4.
f5 is normal action, but sometimes it suggests to wait.
No, but she played rook a6 first, so that's I'm not sure. Should you start with f5?
You think that maybe now white can play f5?
That's why I wanted to find out if white had this possibility to play f5.
I think you're right.
Otherwise, everything looks completely standard. So maybe there was a small window, to play f5. I'm not sure if it yields white any advantage, but it changes the character of the position, and then your rook on h6. What is it doing? You're not bringing it to g6 or h6.
Okay, sometimes it can be also active through b6. This is Bobby Fischer maneuver. Yeah, I don't know. Let's Almira just jump to Sarasadat game. We haven't touched that one as well.
Yes, we haven't seen this, of course.
So it was Rui Lopez, Berlin style, but it's not Berlin because there is a huge difference. The main difference is that in Berlin, king is already on d8, and there is no chance for you don't need to play artificial castle. So here you have still a right to castle in this line after knight c3, king d6. This was played. I would say that it was topical like 30 years ago, and even in Fischer times. Bishop d7, all known. Usually black is doing fine in those positions, but better player wins. Yeah. I don't know. It's okay.
Maybe Elisabeth spotted that Sarah haven't played many games in this endgame, so she is testing not only her knowledge but the feeling of those positions. So what happened after knight e7? a3 was played. Bishop d6. Yes, knight a4 is a standard idea. Sometimes you want to play bishop b4 and exchange the bishops. Maybe that's a new trend. And king f2.
Yeah,
e6.
I cannot say that black has done anything wrong. Same goes for white. But so...
It's a long game.
Yeah.
By the way, no, because now if you play knight e2 back, you will threaten bishop b6. But of course, maybe can you do something?
You spotted these tactics?
Yeah, no, but then because if you will play king b7, then your bishop on d7 is hanging. So I wanted to play bishop f4, but then bishop c5 check. Maybe no. No, wait.
Then before I move my king somewhere, and then before is coming.
So maybe I was right. Okay.
That was super fast and good, Almira.
No. But this was cheaper.
I was checking, and you explained everything. I know I need to protect.
Yes, I think yes, you should play.
Okay,
But
this
now
is
bishop d6 because you want to exchange the dark square bishops.
so here it's necessary to avoid that.
But how do you protect on b6? Ah, no, maybe you move your bishop. Okay. So.
But-
It was a cheap trick, but maybe it doesn't
Yeah,
work. Yes.
It's not bad at all. Yeah, this move is a good one. Knight goes back. You went up in this position, and then in few moves later you're retreating it.
Because you played b6, that was my only my only original idea. So
Yeah, without
it's
that,
nice.
maybe
That's okay.
she should have played f5.
f5.
Still unclear. Maybe you're not threatening much because I can take with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, here we can see. Let's say Elisabeth and Sarah have played a lot of rapid and blitz games, and it was a bloodbath. But Sarah is leading only +1 in their classical game they played. So this is it. So I think we gave an overview of the beginning of the third round. We will take a small commercial break, and we will be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, coming back soon.
Dear chess friends, welcome back. We are live from Novotel Monte Carlo, covering the third stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix series. Right now, okay, we are on your screen. My name is Almira Skripchenko, joined by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic, and we should go directly to the games already, yes?
In Paehtz against Sarasadat, not much has happened. King with Rook D2 was played instead of your very interesting proposal, knight back to E2. So she opted for Rook D2, King went to B7. She's planning probably to double the rooks, but I would rather go to some other games. You can pick up some.
Let's go back to Kosteniuk 10, and thank you for our viewers' suggestions, because sometimes like I miss a game or two. Actually, Tan won the last classical game against Alexandra in Nicosia, so she leveled the score. And these games would be actually crucial for the standings, especially for Tan.
Yeah, it seems to me that Alexandra is doing very well, since after e6 she took on e6, which is also a reasonable alternative. Bishop takes, and then came knight g5. Very serious question to black, where to go, because you don't want to go to d7 maybe, because you're coming back, and rook might come to d2 at some stage. There is also bishop c4. There are some ideas. Maybe she was also not happy to play that move, but knight c6 was played. Very interesting.
So she allowed 96?
Yeah, 96, pawn takes, and she wants to play this position. Probably counting on knight d4 and knight g4, but it's serious decision. Not so common.
So Alexandra is still thinking about 96. Is there an alternative here? But I think 96 is a natural move, no?
Yeah, when she said A, she needs to say B.
And then maybe bishop c4, but then knight d4, followed by rook c8. What do you think? Or...
Okay, so 96, right? I don't know, is bishop e3 possible?
Might be.
Knight g4 is coming, I don't believe. This just improves the situation. So knight e6, f e6, and now bishop c4, you mentioned?
Knight g4, yeah, like, could have played rook d1, but still, it doesn't change much, probably even queen c8. I was just thinking about the position, so I would take on e6 almost immediately, and now bishop c4.
Bishop c4, yeah, is a move. We can maybe go full screen just to check how they are focused.
Yes, Alexandra is still thinking. Knight e6 seems very natural to me, but I think she wants to consider if there is another option in this position for Alexandra, and 40 minutes for them. Do you think that knight e6, f takes e6, and then just a second.
Yeah, knight e6 will be played.
It's not so easy to analyze from this angle. Yes, I'm trying to see bishop c4, knight d4, followed by rook c8. Yes, it's might be dangerous a bit for white. Or...
There was a slight technical issue. Now we will get the board back. So that was the reason. So knight e6, f e6. We mentioned bishop c4,
knight d4.
I think this
might be dangerous actually for white.
So I can start with bishop e3, knight g4. Let's say rook d1, but then queen comes to the play. Queen f6, and that also looks very scary.
And Alexandra actually went for bishop f4.
Okay. Bishop f4. But now
But what is the idea
knight
behind this
d4,
move?
castle. This is the
No,
idea.
this I understand, of course, but we only wanted to play knight g4.
Two moves, maybe
Yeah,
knight
in
h5
different circumstances.
or knight g4.
Okay, you have knight d7, knight g4, knight h5, so you can maybe knight d7. Can we try knight d7? What do we do here? Bishop, queen a3.
Queen a3,
yes.
it's a normal move.
Mm-hmm. Queen f6, the one that you
Yes.
suggested. Well, where do you go now?
To e3.
Mm-hmm.
Where else to go, yeah.
Mm.
Tough to analyze.
It's a very unusual position, let's say.
Let's try to think for a second. So bishop f4 was played. So what was the concept? The concept was to bring the rook or either to castle to the queen side. Knight d7, knight g4,
Knight
is
h5, we
knight
tried,
h5,
and knight
exactly.
d4. But knight d4 we ruled out.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight d4 doesn't work. Knight d7, you tried queen a3. Maybe queen e3 also is the most natural.
But now
Just
it
to
looked,
protect
I
the
don't know, let's say
bishop.
2 moves ago, around here,
Mm-hmm.
it looked like white's pressure. Now it looks to me as like typical Greenfield, not super successful, but typical good Greenfield counterplay. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, let's say knight g4 because I'm creating a threat. That's tempting.
And bishop d4.
Yeah, and when you come
Mm-hmm.
to d1, I have bishop d4. She wants to sacrifice? Don't believe that this is.
But is there a
case.
way to parry bishop d4? If knight g4 is
I don't
such
see.
a strong move, wait a
Yeah, I
second.
don't see how to
Knight
parry.
g4 with the idea of playing bishop d4. And you can't even take on e6 anymore because then the bishop, maybe bishop g3. Can we try bishop g3 here?
You can.
Or maybe, should I take on e6 and play bishop g3 or?
Then,
No, then bishop
F2.
g4. Yes, of course, bishop g4. Okay. Bishop g3 here.
Okay, I will play bishop d4. You move the queen somewhere, and now some move queen b6 or
Yes,
something.
maybe even queen f6. Queen b6, queen
Queen
f6.
b6. I was thinking also this move. This move, just to exchange this guy, and then trying to build some initiative. Rook c8, queen b6 doesn't look great.
No, not anymore.
But the thing is, she wanted to play rook d1. But now the good sign for Alexandra is that even if you sacrifice the exchange, maybe with not an initial plan, you still will have compensation because your pawn up at the moment, edge pawn is ready to march. You have dark square compensation later.
So rook d1 is the
Rook
only
d1
move
is
here?
probably the
So
only
bishop
move.
d4.
And now probably sacrificing.
Rook-
What else?
Rook d4. Okay.
Knight d4, and now
Mhm.
something. But okay. No, this you won't do it with white. This is really
No, but
super scary.
especially it will change the character of the position, like in 3 moves. I don't understand. So bishop b4 is actually a blunder? Or
maybe, yeah, move. She was calculating different stuff and then just to make some move without deep rechecking and rechecking.
no, but I understand because we've seen that knight e6. Let's just go back a little bit. So knight e6, which was very natural, and after bishop c4, knight d4, we understood that that black is actually better. So maybe bishop c4 is not very good continuation.
Now
follow-up.
now
Let's see.
something similar. So bishop f4, if I go,
I'm a bit
you
afraid
have
that now,
tactics.
yes, there are
So
things.
on bishop e3, you have knight g4. So maybe bishop
Bishop
g5
G5?
or bishop e3, knight g4, and then if I play bishop g5, you can play
No,
bishop
I'm
d4.
afraid, yes,
Yeah.
that you still have
So
bishop
I need to
D4.
play immediately. Okay, because when you play h6, I can include rook d1. First, you move the queen
Where?
somewhere, let's say. Now I have at least, I parried the d file. So if I go bishop e3, knight
Knight
g4, it's
G4.
not the same. It's not that I will lose because of the d4 square. Now the game goes on, and who knows, maybe white is better. But
Oh, and
it's
you softened also the pawn on G6, so no, this is
probably that
this is
was
better for white.
the
No,
main
what do you
move.
think?
But it's not easy to calculate all those stuff.
The thing is, probably Alexandra hasn't seen the move knight G4 because this is actually the main threat. So you need to play knight e6 followed by f takes e6 and bishop g5 anyway because of knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4 is the main.
So-
But I'm curious, what about knight h5?
But then can't you go on e3? No, that's the difference.
Now I go to e3. Okay.
You can take on e6 and go on e3. So
You're right,
this
Almira.
is possible.
Knight e7 is also a move.
Yes, that was my first try, but I'm playing queen f6 next.
Queen. So queen.
Maybe queen e3 because you tried queen a3, maybe queen e3.
And then rook c1.
But then also bishop d4.
Yeah. Queen a3 is the move you want to make. And now, okay, this is unclear. Good. This typical compensation for black. Queen f6, but still maybe white can be safe here. Knight g4 played.
She goes for knight g4.
Yeah, now I would love to go full screen to the faces because I think it's really tough now.
Well, it seems that Alexandra missed this move completely. Because even for us, like, it was not obvious at the beginning, so we tried every knight move, and after knight g4, Alexandra will face a difficult decision.
Super tough decision. And from opening which looked in her favor, suddenly she needs to solve really serious issues.
But by the way, Alojzije, I know that we already played knight g5, but maybe knight f3 is the only move. What can we do? Bishop d4 is the threat. Can we simply go back?
Yeah, but I think that black will play anyway knight d4.
No, but at least I parried bishop d4, so let's see if I'm not losing immediately here. Like, what can I do? Rook c1 you take and you play bishop d4. Okay, there is nothing.
And if you castle, I take on f2, and I think I'm fine here because I take also the other rook.
No, so this is losing.
Okay, is e5. So, maybe e5 is the move to stop this control, and if black takes somehow to exchange and to take on x6 to e6 and maybe to develop the bishop.
Okay, so let's try. What can we do?
You can take with many pieces, but let's say that you take with which one? Maybe with this one.
Knight c5. I want.
Okay, I play rook d1 or I take on first and then rook d1. Maybe rook d1 first.
Okay.
You move the queen somewhere.
But the problem is when you take on with the knight c5, then you don't have enough squares for the queen. So maybe queen f6 here, but if you take with the other knight or even with the bishop, so you can do something. No, bishop e5. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then queen f6.
Okay, bishop takes, you take with this one, I guess. Yeah, or
I don't know. I like
yeah, and then some rook d1, you go to f6, and I'm trying to hold now, I don't know, some knight e4, this kind of position. G3 is
G-
bad because of
G3
queen
knight
f3 or knight
Knight
f3.
f3 or
Knight
maybe.
f3 maybe also, but queen f3 I think it's even better.
Mm.
So I need to play like some bishop e2. I'm worse, but can I hold here? Maybe I can. I cannot castle, that's my problem, but g3 is coming. My next move.
And after b6, where are you going?
Good question. e7 or d4?
No, so so on d4, if I play rook d8, you're going to
I was thinking to
sacrifice,
take, but maybe
yes,
I'm
but
wrong.
I'm not sure. Like
Yeah, queen is too strong because I
Yes.
don't have coordination and I cannot castle.
So I wanted to play b6, rook d8, but do you have something else? Here.
It's really tough to say. So bishop if b6, right? Okay, I go to e7.
Okay, how can I get to the f2 pawn? But maybe it's not that easy. So, and g3 is also. I'm not losing my queen now. If okay, rook e8. Can I play rook 8?
Okay, queen to g5 at
Ah,
least.
queen g5. Okay,
This
that's
is-
your idea. Mhm.
Okay, so from practical point, now let's discuss. You want to shut this diagonal. I think if you realize that your advantage is gone, e5 is the move you want to make. If you still think that you want to have like chances for a win, then rook d1 sacrifice, and maybe there's something, but I don't see
No,
it.
I don't like rook d1 because after like bishop d4, rook d4, knight d4, there are still so many threats. So we need to parry at least a few of them. Yes.
e5 is now necessity. e5 and then okay, maybe black can do something else, but at least you're passing the ball to black's court. That's how I see it. In other cases, you are the one who needs to find every detail.
And it might be actually the only move, because if Alexandra will realize that rook d1 doesn't work, so knight f3 doesn't work as well.
I see that
so-
rook d1 now, I was
Mhm.
not checking, it was offered by the engine, and now move which is so hard to play,
Which
this
one?
knight e2.
Oh.
But it's a good one. Because, yeah, it's a good move. It looks scary because you're opening the diagonal. For example, if I take, you take, I bring the...
No, but actually you have the bishop on f4, so like keeping an eye on the c1 square, so that's the idea.
But what do I do now?
Oops, go away.
Where?
Oh.
If I go to b4, it starts chasing me. And then queen b6 coming. Where do I go? Okay. I can go, I don't know.
No, this doesn't
Or maybe
feel
rook
right.
c2 immediately. Maybe I can play rook c2 immediately. And then you cannot
Yes.
castle. Okay, but this one is hanging.
But what was the idea then of the engine here?
Queen is...
Oh, okay.
yeah.
But then rook c2?
Rook c2, I forgot that this one is hanging, but also f4 is hanging. So we have this position. Also looks scary, but maybe the worst is gone.
Queen f3 then at the end? Because how do you... you castle.
I castle.
You castle here.
Okay, this is something happy with white would be happy about.
Yes, but it's absolutely impossible.
I was just thinking
to
about
calculate as a human.
Yeah, maybe queen f6. It's more to the point. If you take, I take with the bishop, with the queen, being an exchange up. It looks much easier. But okay, maybe now something white can figure it out. Okay, interesting moment. Maybe maybe we should go somewhere else. So let's just conclude that here we are waiting e5, which is more practical, right, Almira? Like you're making some concession, but at least you're making your life a little bit
there's
easier.
Nothing else to do. Yes.
Rook d1 is very hard. I don't know who who would play that move.
Okay, so let's wait and move to another game. What happened in Batkhuyag Humpy? How did the game develop after Bishop B2? Because unfortunately, Munguntuul didn't play.
Knight G5 was
Yes.
screaming to be played, but just to explain to the viewers that was
Our idea.
our idea. If we will have an interview in that game, I would love to hear from those two players what were they thinking about Knight H7, Knight F6 stuff.
Okay, but then what was the course of the game?
Bishop E2,
Yes.
safer side, also good
F6,
enough. Rook D1, Rook E1, Rook A to E1, everything looks normal. Queen D7, H3. So this is the position. They might end up in a severe time trouble since they have played only 18 moves.
So Black is actually threatening to take on E5 or not?
Okay, I can move my queen.
No, but I mean, let's say you make a move at A3, so now if takes E5 is...
If you take, I take with some piece.
Maybe bishop is10, so like after you're protecting the pawn on D5, of course.
Yeah.
So that's a threat, okay.
So I need to move my queen, I guess. So if you take, I take with a piece.
95, yes.
And
But
then D takes, let's say.
So let's say
shouldn't be bad. For example,
no, but I want to take.
Yeah, maybe you take.
Yes, I think it's important.
And then C6.
And then C6, okay.
It should be fine for black, but also it can be slightly better for white. Because then some B4, B4, B5, and suddenly she starts to attack those pawns.
Somehow white has some play on the queen side, and you will never be able to challenge me on the king side. Yes, so
yeah, because
so queen C3 maybe, and then B4. That's what you wanted.
Maybe important detail that you just pointed out. White can play minority attack,
yes.
while for black is useless because pawns are in front of her king. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I understand, but I wanted to find out how to regroup actually my pieces, white's pieces. So maybe queen C3 and then B4, because I also have to keep an eye on the E5 pawn, keep it protected. The F2 pawn has to be protected, so queen C3 and then B4.
Maybe some queen F5, I don't know, is this a move? Or queen F4 to provoke something. Will you push it or not?
What do you want after B4, let's say?
I was thinking maybe to play
Rook
A6,
E6.
you will play A4, and then Rook E6.
Maybe Rook E6.
That's my idea.
B5?
Okay, takes, and I stay put for a while. I don't know, some move H5, let's say.
I thought that you wanted to play Rook G6 maybe, but
later, and then maybe another Rook to E6 and King H7. So like this. I was thinking about that.
Actually, how can I improve my rooks?
Huh.
Maybe I can play Queen D4, Rook D3, and then Rook F3, but it's too much. Queen B1 check, then yes. Let's say, what do you do here?
Possible.
But what did I achieve?
Yeah.
I'm
not
not even sure, yes.
Okay, I can start with this way, and it's unclear. But let's go back. So they stopped at this position, and Queen F4, Rook 8, Queen H4 was played.
So Queen H4 was played, and we tried Queen G3.
Yeah.
Maybe then with Knight E5 and Bishop H5 is the threat.
Okay, this is the point. Knight G5 or something, and then the bishop is dropping.
So you can take on E5.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we should put this.
Doubling over
Maybe
e-file,
this
or
is a better try, by the way. Because what is your next move?
I don't know if I can be super subtle.
No. It's like
And then to threaten to take on e5.
I thought maybe you'll play bishop g6, more natural. Like I don't know if it's a more natural move. What
But then
happens?
bishop b5.
And you go.
This is what I don't like.
Yes, but it's important to underline this. That's this game. In this game, how many? Like she played bishop b5, bishop b2, bishop d3, bishop b2, and then bishop b5 is still a threat.
Yeah. So first bishop c4, then bishop b5. So here bishop c4, then here bishop b5, then here
Bishop
d3,
then bishop b2,
then bishop e2,
and then
bishop
now
b5.
you're telling me that bishop b5 is still the threat, positional one.
Okay, rook e6, h6. I don't know, many moves for Humpy, and she will burn some time. She's not having this posture so
Very
often.
often, yes. 36 minutes, and he needs to solve a few problems right now.
Okay, let's check how Harika is doing against Lagno.
Let's have a look.
So we left around here. Bishop f5 was played. Knight h4 as we predicted. Okay, we forgot that
Queen d7,
Queen d7 was a move, and yeah, that was a good one. But okay, yeah, I forgot that that bishop b7 is not a threat, I guess. But if she played it to c2, would you be able to play this one? I guess not.
No, then you can play bishop
And
b7.
if you play queen c8, that's possible. But you're losing a bit.
Well, your rooks are not
coordination,
connected.
yeah.
I'm not sure that you can exploit it in the near future, but now, yes, that was Black's idea. You need to exchange one knight, and to simplify yes, you're still stuck with the knight on f8, but now that white played d5, you can play knight d7 at some moment, so maybe rook e8.
Yeah, now
But how
white,
did the
knight
game
f3,
continue? Yes.
b6. Okay, she doesn't want to play rook e8 because then she drops the pawn. So b6,
yes.
knight g5.
Why not knight g4?
Yeah, and I was thinking maybe this is some bishop h6 a move. Maybe not, because you're first on the file, and actually then your knight from f8 is useful because it's protecting h7. Which one you mentioned? Knight d5. Knight d4.
Knight d4,
yeah, and
yes,
then
I
to
thought,
jump to c6.
After b6, yes, I wanted to jump on c6. Maybe it doesn't bring me too much, but it's unpleasant. It seems to me that Harika wants simply to simplify and to make a draw. No? She's not risking, obviously, anything in this position, but how can you win it?
So what's black next move? Queen f5, I guess. Queen f5 is next move, or if I play something, I don't know, rook somewhere. If I go to e4, we play queen f5.
No, but I also have rook e5. Will you play f4?
I was thinking to play f4.
Okay, but now maybe that your king is a bit exposed, maybe I
agree.
can take.
I agree. So she played knight f3.
Maybe now she wants to reroute her knight to d4 at some point, but rook e1.
Yeah, but now black.
Yes, this is it.
It's just equalizing completely. Takes, queen goes to e7 to open the doors, and knight d7. And that's it. Okay, let's check the next one.
Well, Harika suffered a painful defeat yesterday. Maybe it's, well, as you've said, it's you're having those moments with you for a while. You know, you're sleeping with this blunder, you're going with it to breakfast. So maybe it was a wise decision not to risk everything today. And okay, maybe also the opening didn't go her way. So I think that this position is very balanced.
Still something can happen, but we are more or less expecting a draw.
So this position. What happened? Because we haven't.
So around
analyzed
here,
it
rook c6,
after,
run f5, and she played this b4, takes, and nice c2. And I like now the concept and the arrangement of white's pieces. Queen looks fine. a4, bishop d2. I like white is playing on both sides of the board.
Yes, Bibisara is also not an easy opponent for Alexandra because, well, they didn't play so many games, but Alexandra was only once on the verge of winning during the last European Club Cup, but all the games were drawn in classical. So what do you think?
This looks very unpleasant for black, if you'd ask me, but the thing is, white needs to show now some concept. So optically, white has achieved a lot, but to be able to bring home the bacon, it's not so easy.
Well, let's say all the pieces are optimally placed, you know, so maybe you can still bring your rook to g1. I don't know.
She will wait, for example, queen d7, you go to g1. I don't know, she waits somehow. I don't know, bishop f7,
So let's say queen
maybe
h3,
knight d8
maybe.
at some stage, maybe even immediately. And how do you break through?
I need to play
Maybe
h4,
bishop
h5.
at some stage, but this one, okay.
No, but then queen g3. Maybe can I play queen g3?
Okay, now this one is hanging.
Oh, sorry.
So I need to...
your idea was actually after knight d8 to play.
But it was 96, but... So maybe to start with a5. Okay, let's start with. So bishop f7,
then
queen h3, knight d8. But there is knight b4 now.
Yes, knight b4 and knight g5.
Yeah, I don't want to allow this. And also b6 is not the move you make easily.
Oh.
Probably is necessary, but it's not an easy move.
I agree with you. But let's say if you make a different move. Say okay, if you allow me and you wait, bishop b6.
Okay.
Can I regroup and play queen g3 and my idea h4, h5?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very good plan. This works.
Okay.
Bro, Almira, this is very good. Very good. I don't know how. Because when the pawn comes to h5,
maybe queen e7.
Okay, you can, but then okay, this one is hanging bishop b4, so I might even take on c6 and bishop b4.
Yes.
But here there is also a plan maybe of
bishop c6, of course.
Can I transfer my knight to b5, which also looks tempting.
No, so this is actually a sound idea. You need to reposition your queen and play h4, h5. Yes, and then black is in trouble probably.
a5 should be the move.
And she goes for it. Okay.
Let's go full screen just to check a little bit more. How serious pressure Bibisara is putting. Very unpleasant. I think that Alexandra is aware that wherever she looks in her position, you see now, yeah, she senses it. Wherever she looks, something is dangerous. optically looks also decent and good for black, but quality of the position is much is in white's favor, but clock
Yes,
issue.
exactly. I just noticed that Bibisara actually she has burned a lot of time. She achieved a great position, but so 21 minutes for how many moves right now? After 8-5,
20
19
second
moves,
move,
yes.
yeah,
Mhm.
was 8-5.
19 for black, yes. So.
Yeah, Bibisara is quite confident, while Alexandra is trying to find a setup. Now, you should find a setup where you are the most solid. What do you think we can get the board back? What do you think? Is it the moment maybe to reroute this g6 knight? Maybe bishop to f7 or something, move the rook and come with the knight to f8. Maybe.
But okay, let's try it. But it's the same, like bishop
Okay,
f7,
bishop
queen
you
h3.
move, I move my rook where?
Okay.
Somewhere. I don't know where. I don't d8, b8. I don't know. Maybe b8.
Queen g3, if it was
Queen
one
g3,
anyway.
I move my knight.
But then, no, but now maybe
You will play
rook
rook
b1,
g1.
yes, that's what
Okay, and
I
I
was planning
stop
with
here.
Sandra.
You have now this bishop d5 additional thing. Let's say this position. Will you be able to break through?
Okay, maybe now h4. Yes, let's try.
Okay. Huh, you're coming fast. Yeah, it's really h5 and
Maybe king g2, next rook h1, bring in another rook to
but
the
we have a
h5.
move. Hang on. a5 and what was played? Yeah, I'm not sure. Rook b8.
So she's planning to play b6. So she wants to create some counterplay and exchange one rook at least. So, well, white attack will not be so powerful.
Okay, let's say that I play queen g5, your idea. So you mentioned b6.
Maybe
AB,
take, yes, I take Koneru
takes,
1, yes, what do you do
rook
here?
takes, and you take with
Yes,
the bishop,
bishop b6.
and now again your plan.
h4. So what can we do here? I can play queen e7 because bishop c6 is winning a piece. So even with the queen on g5, there is not much I can do. Okay, knight somewhere, knight f8, knight e7. Knight e7. Okay, I want to protect the knight on c6. What do you do here?
Yeah, your plan. I move on. Maybe h5.
And then rook g1?
Yeah, or maybe first rook g1. Maybe this is better for me. I'm threatening queen g7, bishop c6 maybe. Because if you push, I take, and I guess this is fine for white, more than fine. And when you play g6, then I will move on. This also looks scary.
Maybe then knight f8 is better, so then I would be able to play g6, but then you enter queen f6, queen h. I'm not sure that you will be able to hold this position for a long time. You know what is your problem? It's the bishop on b6.
Yeah, I agree.
There is absolutely no way for you to. But maybe you can try to play a very strange move, bishop e7. I said you need to threaten the knight on b3.
Yeah, can be.
I don't.
But there is, okay, now.
No, but could we do it before or no? It was not possible. No.
You could. Bishop a7. You're right. Now is the moment.
Because I desperately want to reroute it through c5 and e7, f8, of course.
Yeah, I'm calling this bishop Sting's bishop from famous Simon Kasparov.
But then wait. I have another idea. So if this is your move, then why don't you take with the knight ca1? Was it possible?
It was.
Let me here. What after? If bishop b6, and then I go for the same, like h4. Yes,
somehow
I understand. I understand. Yes, maybe it's,
shouldn't be
yes.
right.
So she wants to play b6. And Bibisara is still thinking, so she has only 18 minutes left. She
Yeah, this
feels
is
that there is something in the air, yes, but she's entering the time trouble zone.
so rook b8 was played.
Maybe let's move to another game. She will think for a while. And what haven't we looked at for? Let's get back to Alexandra against Tan.
Okay,
Because
you're
I
right.
think that
e5 played.
so she played d5, and now Tan is thinking. Yes, so they're making. Alexandra thought for how long? Can we check this? How long did it take for her to make this move?
I can see opponent is thinking for more than 3 minutes, but
No, but
maybe
she like I wanted to. I'm not sure where can I check this. How much time did she spend on her last move? But
yes.
left
Last move,
yes,
17 minutes.
17 minutes. Yes, that's so she left herself only 16 minutes, and it's 14 moves.
14 move only.
Okay.
But that was necessity. But we have a move. Tan just played something. And what was played?
Let's have a look.
She took on e5, if I'm not mistaken. Something is on e5. Knight from c.
Yes, but we actually analyzed this
Yes, and
variation.
then our analysis was rook d1
and then no, and I couldn't find the square for the queen here.
Yeah.
So what is the best square for the queen after rook d1? No, we tried queen f6. That was our variation. No? Queen f6, and then with a knight on e4, something like this. When I played b6, rook d8, queen e7, and somehow white was able to hold. You were able to hold the position. But,
Yeah. But still, it's
okay,
very,
but
very...
let's try rook d1.
Rook d1, queen f6 will be played, I guess. Okay, now you need to take on e5
yes, and then you
develop.
played knight e4. You played knight g4.
I think it was not in this position.
No?
No, it was with bishop takes e5 maybe. I think this bishop disappeared. So now I can take on e6, you take, and this. And this can be holdable.
But okay, knight c6, you can't castle for the moment.
Okay, queen d5.
Queen d5, okay.
Or queen c4, I don't know. But
okay, queen f6, you cannot castle because I will take on h4. Let's try.
Okay, maybe even that. Is it possible to castle?
I'll take on h4.
Yeah, I was thinking to survive that position, but probably bishop f3 something, but my king will be too big.
No, but wait.
So queen somewhere. Queen.
Can you play queen g5?
Yes. Rook e8, I still cannot castle. Still cannot castle, but I can take, and then knight d5. Even king f1, there is a good chance that I survive this. Okay, this is the way how the game should develop.
When you started and I take, I thought that you're going to continue and saying he takes, I take, and take.
Take, podcast. No. e5, knight e5 was played, and rook d1
is on the board, or not? Or
not yet, but should be played.
Alexandra is still thinking.
Just to make some brief rechecking. Here we are.
Rook 6 was played. You know,
and then
you
bishop
suggested
d5. But no, bishop g6 was played first.
Bishop g6.
And then came this bishop b5 best move, and now rook e6. But I think this position is very promising.
Do you want to take?
I will take.
On f6.
If you take, I take.
You want to take on c6 then?
Yes, take. I can take maybe first. Or
No.
First here, yeah.
But can you take? No, g takes f6 is.
But maybe.
It looks scary. Okay.
Here you're on time to take with the rook, so I don't want to allow that I can play rook c1, but then you play maybe no bishop e4, bishop c6. This looks horrible.
Bishop b8.
Bishop e8, yeah.
Yes.
I can take anyway, maybe.
And knight e5. Then?
Yeah, but then you take with the rook. I don't want to allow you that you change a pair of rooks. And how will you develop? I don't know. If I can now play something smart, but I don't know. Okay, I can play rook c5 maybe. Rook d6, knight e5. Is this
Yes.
working?
Not sure. I was calculating, yes. And what am I supposed to do here? No, a6 is losing probably. So knight e5?
Yeah, but then d takes.
Yes.
Or even bishop e8, but d takes.
Rook e6, yes. Okay. Take. Rook d5. Yes, I was. No. Okay. Do we have another variation? Can we actually put
When?
our knight on e5 or not? That was my
So rook e6.
my
I think she will
desire.
take on f6.
F6,
No, but
yes.
yeah, she took. Yeah, she just took, and now Humpy needs to take on e1. What's going on? She has some issue with score sheet. Have you noticed? Because she's writing also moves under to the copy. I don't know. So rook e1 will be played. Humpy will move on with that move. Rook e1. We can expect rooks exchange.
It's like the games
Queen
are
f6.
developing so slowly. Have you noticed that we have reached the time travel zone already? In every game, like people, like players, they have 20 minutes left, 14 minutes left. I don't even know, like who has enough time to reach the time control.
Rook e1, rook e1. Now queen f6, and I was thinking, why not bishop c6? If you take queen c6, now that position, let's say queen g3,
Yes,
because your bishop won't be able to land on e4.
And she plays queen f6. So...
And now I'm so curious to see what will happen. So bishop c6 or queen f6, maybe we can go full screen.
But if bishop c6, you have to take queen c6, no?
I guess. So bishop c6 or queen f6. I will go for queen f6 that she will play, but because her focus is somehow on queen f6. So do you take on f6 or but bishop c6 also?
Bishop c6, let's say queen c6, and then
queen g3.
Queen g3.
Also knight e5 is possible, but knight e5 is probably possible, but maybe no need to hurry. Queen g3, then h4 and so on. So takes on c6 or take on f6.
I'm not betting anymore.
Yeah, I will be wrong for sure. I think she will take on f6, but then bishop c6 will be played.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe we should get back to the game between Elisabeth and Sarah, because then we'll not have enough time. Everyone is going to be in
so we left around here.
She actually did play f5. Do you remember that we said that it was necessary for black to create some counterplay, and Sarah went for f5 at some point?
Yeah, this plan with rook d2 and knight coming back to e2 didn't pay off. because here
But because she lost some time now,
Yeah.
yes, and the bishop.
now
Now
she
it's-
needs to come back, and
Doesn't
it's
see it,
obviously something which was not planned.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4, bishop e5, c3. Okay, she also stabilized.
Mhm.
I like that. Knight e2. I don't think that white is in danger, but also black is doing fine.
Is there any way for us to I don't know, to play bishop g5 or knight g3? Knight g3.
Okay, bishop g5, why not? Place the bishop.
Mhm. What is your next move here?
Good question.
Because I want to play knight g3 and take on h5.
Very good question. What's the plan here? I don't know. Just to come back, so
Mhm.
bishop c6 was played,
Mhm.
and I said
Okay.
queen f6. Yeah, I think it's very good move.
It's good that, we're doing something else for our living.
So here, as you mentioned, bishop g5.
Yes.
Okay, let's say that I play bishop e6. You mentioned rook g3. I defend.
Knight g3, yes.
Knight g3, I
and rook
defend.
h8. So.
You can go rook e1, I guess.
But unfortunately, there is not much that white can do
Now
here.
black will start doing this Berlin
Yes.
endgame stuff,
And black
probably
bishops are controlling
but probably
everything.
it's fine. Who knows? We can wait forever, both sides. I think a draw is the most likely outcome here.
Mhm. But Sarah has more time. She can put some pressure on Elisabeth. Okay.
True.
So you moved already to another game. So
Yeah.
bishop f7.
I was trying
played.
to keep an eye on this one because this one is really, really interesting.
But
So
what was
happened?
played after rook b8?
So
What?
king g1, she wanted to threaten to take on c6.
And then?
And then to take on d4,
Yes,
but this
it's
looks...
protected.
I don't believe that this is a plan. Okay, hang on. So king g1.
No, actually, no, I understand, of course, because she anticipated the move b6. So if you play b6, now you can take, of course, on c6, and then, or maybe that was the idea, I don't know, maybe there was some other idea. Maybe you can take on c6 and play knight d4.
I don't know.
But why can't you take on c6? Let's say b6, bishop c6.
Well, here maybe the point was to take with the king. Is this super subtle? And she's winning a piece because then bishop comes to d5 and you move, I take, and bishop d5 decides.
No, this is too much. I don't think that this was the variation. But let's try bishop c6 after b6. We will come to this variation.
Okay, but then I have ba. So I take if you take...
Yes, knight
but knight b4. b6 doesn't work.
Yes, knight
There is no
b4
check, so this is the point.
No, yes, exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I forgot that the point was from your side to take here, but then b takes. But knight b4 just wins the exchange. Okay.
But then king g1 and Alexandra played bishop f7. So
to move away from that tactics or what?
No, so queen h3, no?
Now and then I play b6. You take.
No,
I
but
take.
you still lose an exchange. After
I'm always losing.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the plan.
Queen
so,
h3 is possible here. What can you do?
But I can play b5. This is what I can play. Because if you take, I take with the rook. and now I can move the rook. Is this the point? And if you take AB, I take on A1, you take on A1, I take on B6, and I'm fine.
The thing is that it could have been true, but knight f8 was played already.
Ah, okay. So she went for knight
She wants to replace her knight.
F8. Okay.
And Bibisara has only 8 minutes left, so maybe let's follow this game closely. If there are no other critical moments.
Just to update the
during
viewers,
this
so
round.
we have here the game which is most likely heading towards a draw. Here, both sides are stabilized.
Bishop
but-
g5 was played.
yeah,
Yes. Mhm.
But black has a little bit more bigger potential. This one looks promising for white, but still complicated. Here, queen e8 was played by Tan, which probably is even better than
Then
queen f6.
queen
Who
f6,
knows?
yes.
But as you mentioned, let's stay here because we will have a time trouble. Queen f3. Okay, stopping b. Pawn.
But you can still. No, you can't play b5 now because now you can take on b6 and black is still losing a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the point. Take, and if you take, there is no time for bishop b6. Okay, she will move the knight to e6, as you mentioned, and then she will cover maybe with bishop e8. And hard to say. So
But it's a very unusual position. You know, black is stuck with the rook on a6 and with the bishop on a7, desperately trying to get some coordination. And white is trying to increase the pressure, but as we have already said, white's pieces are already on optimal square, so you need to either to improve your rooks to double on the g file and to
you
push
cannot
h4.
overdevelop, so you need to find a way to push. But now I also like black setup because black plays her pieces, also now rearrange pieces that they have, I would say, the optimal squares, and without this motive, then white will have all the time in the world to put pressure on the king side. But this is always this counter motive where she opens the queen side. So I'm not so pessimistic about Goryachkina chances. It's possible even to win this one.
Well, especially that she has 33 minutes on her clock. Let's say 96. Let's try because I wanted to see
96.
But in the previous line, yes, we were playing bishop d5, but now the queen is on f3. So what else can we do here?
96 you will play. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It's obvious now. If you've played knight f8, you will improve.
Now my rook on f1 is not doing anything.
And maybe I want to play knight c5, and free my bishop. Knight c5.
Okay,
exchange,
I don't believe that this is a move in this position. I taken bishop rook b5 or something, and I think I improved my position. You can move the bishop to f8, which is some improvement, but here I would be happy with white. Maybe I'm wrong, but so I don't believe that you need to play knight c5. What if you wait? What do I do?
Yes, but what move can I possibly make here? H6?
H6, move the king. Yeah, why not H6?
H6.
And we are having a waiting game. Okay, I can play maybe bishop h3. Because the point is when black moves the knight anywhere, then knight b4 wins the exchange.
Well, maybe no, not h6. Maybe then knight f8 back. I don't know. I have to make a waiting move and not to alter my position. So after rook b1, if I just move knight f8 back. h6 seems logical, but still. Alexandra played something else, by the way.
Okay.
What did she play?
She played knight e7. Night before she's moving the rook. Yeah, that was actually something we mentioned. Rook g6, for example. Okay, but I cannot stop that.
I was thinking about maybe replacing the bishop, but not sure about like bishop b1.
Bishop e1.
Yes.
Rook g6.
Yes, and I wanted to put it on f2.
F2,
yes.
h4 first.
No, no,
okay.
f2. Yes, I wanted to attack the pawn on d4, so
Okay,
maybe knight d6. And what? Okay, but now your rook is on g3. Maybe I should concentrate on the queen's side. More. What am I supposed to do?
You don't want to play bishop h4.
What is the idea you want to take?
I was thinking. But yeah, I'll never be able to take this guy. So.
No. Okay, let's say bishop f2, knight d6.
And again, my king hasn't found a spot, secure spot.
Bishop b4 was played, by the way.
Okay, knight d6 will be played.
But the rook is not on g6 yet.
Not.
So
bishop e1 was, yeah. So bishop b4, knight d6, I guess. But is this some kind of move repetition?
I'm not sure that Alexandra Goryachkina will go for it.
Okay, first let's check. Will she play knight e6? It seems to me that she will do that move. Yes, and it happened. And now I'm curious to see, will Bibisara retreat the bishop?
Well, at least she can win a few seconds. Yes.
Yeah, bishop d2 back.
30 seconds
No.
extra on her clock. No.
She went for the bishop exchange.
I don't think we understand anything.
Yeah.
Ourselves.
Just I'm at least a lousy guesser. I'm trying to grasp the logics,
but what is the idea after bishop b7 and queen e7? What do you want to do now with white?
Good question.
Should you bring the rook back to b1? Something where do you place your pieces now? King h1. Okay.
Threatening nothing at the moment. But now black can play c6 even, maybe to shut the diagonal.
Yes, but your rook on a6 is completely
never
out
mind.
of play.
Knight c5 will be played at some stage.
You want to trade the knights and
then
rook a8.
put the pressure,
okay.
Yeah.
But knight c5 I will take on d4. Now I can take on d4. You can play. So c6.
Yes, I cannot wait.
Maybe I will play rook g1 at some point once again. And I think that we have a result. But this one we predicted correctly.
Harika made a draw against Lagno.
It's a very good operation for Kateryna and Lagno. She was leading after the second round, so she has 2 out of 3 right now. And white pieces tomorrow.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Here instead of slowly combining maybe queen g3, h4, she immediately Munguntuul went for knight e5 and then queen c2. But what's the point if I go knight d7? Rook needs to hide where? c8 maybe. Rook e7. maybe e8. Exchanges, queen.
Wait a second, Alojzije, we should bring, yes, the board on the screen.
Sorry,
Just-
my bad.
Mhm.
So I saw like a forced draw. Let's get the board. So queen c2 here. I was thinking about queen g3 and push the edge pawn, but then knight e5 was played instead, and after queen c2, if I play knight e7, you're forced to stay on the last rank. You have an option to love this, but I don't believe that it's good for black to allow rook's penetration. So rook e8 is a move I take, and I think this is a perpetual, right?
You mean queen c1?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's like a forced draw. So white can play for a forced draw, but also she can play for a more, maybe after queen c2. I know it's rook. I was thinking maybe rook e3 or king. No, king h2 I cannot play. No, knight d7 is probably the move, and it's not so hard to spot it, right? Knight d7, and then we will have massive exchange.
Can you do something else?
With
just a second, with white. If knight d7 forces a draw, can we make one more move, and see...
After knight d7, rook e8, I don't know, is there anything else?
Fortunately, we cannot play this queen g5, so
She
she
took
goes
on
for knight
g6.
g6. Yes.
Okay. Also decent move.
Yes,
But-
but knight g6 takes on g6, maybe then you can play rook e7. Does it change something? Rook e7, rook f7. Then you take, and maybe you can play queen d8.
Let's
Yes, bring the board one
no, but
second.
let's go full screen because I have an issue.
We can't move the pieces anymore. But maybe it was a safe choice to take on g6, 12 minutes on the clock, and she didn't want to allow queen b2. Who knows? Humpy actually goes for h takes g6.
Okay, interesting approach.
But what if rook e7? We try to avoid, this.
Okay, let's get the board back. So
Mhm.
rook e7, we are fine again. I don't know. Let's see what's the threat. I take.
Mhm.
Rook c7, you want to bring the queen.
Well, you still have queen f2 and queen f4 perpetual. And
Or queen
yes.
d4 is protecting
Yes,
g7.
mhm.
So let's say if I move some pawn. Oh, I don't know, maybe king h2. I think it's sort of drawish again, but in a different way. So rook e7 will be played. This is the move you want to make. And now Humpy needs to decide. Check. I think rook's endgame is not necessary to play it because
No,
I'm
no,
protecting
yes.
c7, so no need to hurry. So she can take on b2. What else? Yeah,
And
rook
she goes
e7
for
played.
e7, of course.
Queen takes b2.
By the way, here after queen f4, I think that white is much better, no? If you're going for the rook and king. Queen f4, rook f4.
Yeah.
Yes, rook c7.
I'm so curious now to get an info from our arbiters. Maybe our dear Jean-Michel will provide that info why Munguntuul is writing twice in her score sheet. Above and under is her copy, maybe? Not.
Right.
She has some issue, which was a bit strange, and I haven't seen this for a while. That she makes a move and then write it on top, and then also below on the copy. Yeah.
Well, maybe she noticed that it's not
Copying,
printing
printing, right.
yes,
Very
correctly.
politely, but it would disturb maybe me a bit. When we have a move, take an eye on that. So rook e7, now Humpy is thinking. She will take on b2, I guess. Almira, do you see anything? Okay, queen. No, queen d2 doesn't have a... I was thinking,
you can,
but
yes,
this...
take rook f2, of
Yeah,
course, but then
then-
you always have the perpetual.
Okay, it's still queen a6, but of course this loses
Mhm.
because the rook is hanging. So, and now we will check. Take a look of the move,
Queen
and now she writes, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe her pen, as you mentioned, is not copying, but it's cool to see. It's so funny to see. Yeah, small details. So what?
Ah, no, she took on b2.
No, first check was
Yes,
given.
check, and then she took on b2, like we thought. So
Okay.
now,
sorry, rook
now
c7.
after rook c7.
Also f3 is possible. But because rook f3, I can play maybe rook e8, and then it's also some drawing mechanism, but of course it's not necessary. So here she took on c7.
c7 directly, and queen e7 is a threat. So
Yeah, and queen f2 will be played.
Mhm.
And yeah, x takes, and a5 or whatever.
Rook b5.
Rook b5,
yes.
yeah. And that's a draw.
Okay, let's get back to our time trouble.
Yes, what's going on in Goryachkina's game against Bibisara.
She did play c6.
Because of this like traditional way of thinking that you're shutting the bishop.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think this is the reason. So queen h3 played. Now I think that Assaubayeva is in this like mode, find some copy-paste system and just make some moves. Queen h3.
But queen h3, she wants to take on f5.
Okay, she can protect even with the
Bishop
and then again you
G6,
need
I
to
think.
find but g6.
Mhm.
Also a
G6 is
reasonable
great.
alternative. But now, okay, if you play g6, then you allow this, sorry, queen g3, h4. Queen g3 played, and h4 will come.
But maybe then I can play knight g7. Okay, we'll play bishop f3. What do you think? Maybe knight g7 is not a very precise move here. Then you're still stuck with your rook on a6.
And your plan, bishop c5, is no longer on the menu because you take maybe, or no, I can play it. I think this is a move. But can I penetrate? For example?
Yes.
Can I try?
No, I can. If I take on d4 now, can I?
You take on d4, not on b4. Yes,
once.
Yeah,
yes.
you take on d4. Yeah.
That's like...
So I cannot penetrate.
But you can play b6 now because the c6 pawn is hanging. Okay, what else can we try?
Waiting game, huh?
Should I wait for you?
Okay, bishop c5 probably is not wrong.
Okay.
Wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say that I move away a bit to open the doors for my pieces. Can I play this move? I can. Queen d8, I want to go bishop e7, but then you can go queen f8, queen f2. Not allowing me that. And we are waiting. Okay, now I can at least double the rooks. I will call this slight improvement, although I don't know what to do next.
There's no way for me to take on c5 and d4.
Wait,
Wait,
Now again,
yes.
white.
I have to
White
find
wins.
another waiting move, so
Okay, I can wait.
rook.
I don't know.
Can I double? Yes, you want to play rook
Yeah,
a2,
rook
yes.
a2. And we are waiting. Yeah, okay, what to do? Waiting game.
Okay, for the moment, nothing concrete is happening.
Just to define, we have the position we mentioned. Maybe we can stay with the camera there, because I do expect bishop c5 was played here. As
But
we
maybe, yes.
predicted.
Maybe we should move to the game between Alexandra
Yes,
and
correct.
Yes, because you said that
Queen e-
Zhongyi played queen e8. That's the move we haven't analyzed at all. So,
I was
you
expecting
have all
this queen
sorts of
e6
discovered
again, but she went for
checks,
f
but then-
takes e6, also possibility. Rook c8, queen b5. Yeah, and this game is in severe time trouble phase, so as you mentioned, maybe we should stick here.
But queen b5, what can you do here? Queen b5, but then bishop b5.
Okay, and knight
finally I
c4,
can castle.
knight
Yes.
c4, this is a normal way, because you still cannot castle, I guess. I think white has chances even if white takes and castles. I think that this is not bad for white. Because if you take, and rook comes to d7, I don't believe that white is in danger at all. So black needs to find something else. But what else? Yeah, this queen b5 was very nice, and Alexandra is happy for a reason. The worst is over. Tan is getting low on clock. I think she should take on b5. Bishop b5, play knight c4.
Let's get the players and the board.
Yeah.
So we can have a full screen and the analyzing board, so we can try a few variations from now and then. And the board.
I think this will... So she will exchange the queens and jump. I don't see anything else. So we will have... No, I cannot predict a move. We are in the Monaco, casino is around, but I won't even think to go because I'm a lousy.
So now I understand, I fully understand the expression, you're completely off your game. Yes, so this is the queen e7. But you can't blame her for keeping the queens on the board, because she's fighting for every possible chance, to keep the pressure, yes, on the board.
Now, okay, she's a fighter. The way how she plays is that she's trying to muddy the waters, try to play for the win. But now I think that Alexandra is in driving seat, because it looks promising for white, because when white just finishes her development, where will you go? Actually, I think this queen e7 from practical point of view was mistake, if you ask me.
What did she have in mind? Maybe a rook c5?
I think she just...
But queen b4 then, and like pinning the rook.
And attacking the knight.
Yes, maybe she
was, I think she's still dreaming of an attack.
and rook f5. Okay, so that's a different try.
Okay, queen will be moved. b3 is a safe haven. I think she's still dreaming of like building attack on the king's side, but white should have enough resources. I think, Almira, you can agree with me that in your career you had so many moments when we were still in that mode, but actually your advantage, your moment has gone, and then after 2-3 moves suddenly you realize you don't have any threats.
Yes, I agree with you, and it was not easy for me to reconsider, especially with 5 minutes on the clock. You know, when you have time to readjust yourself to a different situation, and here Alexandra went for queen a4.
Very good move, normal move.
Attacking the knight on g4. What else can you do here?
Yeah, queen b3 was also good enough,
But maybe queen b3, she was not allowing Tan to double the rooks on the f file. Let's say queen b3, rook f8.
She just want to keep
So-
this pressure.
And what else can you do here with black?
Moving back, okay, you can go h5, but then you don't have any ideas with rook h5.
It was an interesting game, but as you can see, those moves do not come easy. We couldn't find any of them practically, so a very interesting opening, and players are burning all the time, all their time.
Knight f6. I think she will just go back. What else to do? The knight is hanging. h5 doesn't look peculiarly good. So knight f6. I would bet on that. Alexandra seems to be aware that she has promising position.
The wind is changing. Yes.
Yeah, the worst
Is
is behind her. Yeah.
And there were so many interesting moments which were left behind the scenes. Yes, so I'm not sure that both players will regret, their choices later when they will analyze their game at the computer. But once, we interviewed Alexandra, by the way, after she won her Grand Prix in Monaco in 2019, and she played a very complicated game, and she was analyzing this game for us, and we were mesmerized by how much she is actually seeing during her games. So when she said, "Well, I don't care what computer thinks," that was exactly her answer. And she said, "This is it. This is how much I've calculated." And she's a true champion.
b5 played, which is sort of desperation, a bluff, but also a little bit unpleasant for Alexandra because she needs to dig deep.
What if I take knight b5 here? Yes, well, yes, first you have the players on your screen.
So knight takes b5.
What is black's idea?
I'm trying to grasp his queen c5 an idea. If you take, I can take, and then when you take, I'm taking in b5.
You can castle, no.
Yeah, and I'm cutting.
But are you forced to take on g4?
Of course not.
Can you castle?
I was just castle.
I want
is
to
good.
castle.
So what?
So knight b5.
So let's knight b5 was played.
Knight b5, so queen c5, and I want to castle. I hope that Alexandra wants to castle as well.
Yeah, Tan is playing very well, but if you check, 3 promising positions and not cashing out. If she happens to lose this one, that would be like quite painful because she was playing well. And here she just got confused, and in 2-3 moves completely destroyed her position.
I thought, can we go for something desperate? But I'm not sure, like knight f2 and then queen c5. No, but you have knight d4. No, this doesn't work at all, so. No, knight b5 actually protects
Last 2 minutes.
against those ideas.
Last 2 minutes and 20 move to make. 20
20 moves to make.
Yeah.
So the time control. Okay.
Yeah.
This is... No, we were talking about the intensity of the game. This is as intense as it can get. You know, you're playing with constantly with 30 minutes on your 30 seconds on your clock, and queen c5, so castle now.
Yeah. Finally, hopefully we get. Let's have a camera of Alexandra because she will be so happy to make castle, but we don't see her. And I would like to have broad view because now castle will happen with a relief, I guess. She's just rechecking, but castle will happen. I would be surprised to see anything besides that. Seven minutes.
Well, she's rechecking every possible line, but you know, we are holding our breath, you know,
Yeah.
waiting for the move
I'm so
on
curious.
the board.
Yeah, of course, bishop g4 is an option, but I think she
No, but we've
gave up
seen, yes,
of that. Yeah.
But can you take on g4 and then castle? But maybe then you can take on b2. Maybe you shouldn't give up your bishop, yes, no, for no reason. Let me have an eye on the other boards if something is happening. We have one draw so far.
Castle or something else, but I would bet that castle will happen because what else to do? Okay, she's thinking. Let me try to catch what's her concern. Okay, maybe some knight e3. This is the thing she's calculating.
Yes, okay,
and the
let's take
castle.
queen
Queen e3,
e3.
bishop f2, queen e2. This is something she was calculating. And then she made the best move. Castle, now knight e3 is the only try and it will be played. Knight goes to e3. Yes. And Alexandra will take it and play bishop f2. She has knight d6 as the final touch, I guess. But it's not easy to calculate. So if I take, you take bishop f2, queen e2, knight d6.
But king h2 is not a valid move, just in case.
Rook f1.
No. Before. Here.
Aha.
Yes,
King.
h2.
Okay, queen e2.
You simply take on e2, okay,
Yeah.
and then...
Knight g4 is coming as well.
Okay, no, okay.
If you take,
I just
maybe
wanted
knight
to check.
g4 first.
Okay.
So,
So
bishop f2
is forced,
queen
then
e2,
queen e2.
and knight d6. This is, I would say, a point. And is there any... Okay. I don't see any problem.
Oh, you're winning an exchange, and that's it. Rook f8. No?
Yeah, I'm trying to find something, but I don't see anything.
Okay, you can still play knight g4, but you can take on f5 then.
Knight g4, yeah.
Yes. No.
But even if I'm not sure if I can. Okay. I can take on f5.
Yes.
because
You
taking
wanted
was
to take on
3-8.
c8. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Probably
Okay,
it's
let's
also
say
worth
yes. Let's
because
say rook f2.
I know rook f2, knight e7 check,
It was a desperate attempt, like.
but you come to f7.
Yes, but okay, but I thought that you're going to like to
Let's say this,
take no,
because
you
now you're
cannot
pinned, you
take
cannot
this.
move. Let's say that I place my queen where d7. Because you cannot take. If you take this one is also bad,
Mhm.
so you need to move something.
Yes, but if I move something, you will take on f2. Actually, queen d7 protecting the rook on d1 is
Aha,
also.
but rook was not hanging, right?
No. I mean, like, can you take on a7? Maybe queen a7 then was also possible. I was not sure.
Okay, we have move. So let's check what happened. b4. So she didn't take.
Oh, she's delaying, maybe. What else can you do here? Then you can take.
Very confident move.
Mhm.
It's not an easy move at all. So Humpy Koneru made a draw against Munguntuul.
Okay, we have another draw.
Sarasadat against Elisabeth. Yeah, Elisabeth is better, not much.
Alojzije, what can we play here? Do we have like queen c2, queen b6? What
No,
else
queen
do we
c2 exchange the queens, and then knight d6, I guess.
Ah, knight d6 once again. Okay, so queen b6 then. Does it change the situation on the board?
Yeah, I see what is she up to. She's up to queen knight d6, and then when you take on d1 or f5,
Yes, the
have
knight
knight
d8.
e8 tempo. I
Mhm.
think this is her plan. This is what she's up to. Knight d6.
I would be panicking already, for a while, But Alexandra, she's keeping her composure, calculating every possible variation, and she outplayed her opponent actually in a very complicated position.
Yeah,
Calculated her opponent.
I agree with you. But the thing is, she was, I would say, in some complicated mode from the beginning, and then your mind is working, in a proper way, because you sense that you're like having some real issues. But now is the moment. Knight d6 is coming. Yep, knight d6 played. And I think this is the final nail in the coffin, because I don't see anything what black can do.
It's such a dark image, Maybe we should try to find another one.
Yeah, I agree.
Because-
I agree.
Because those defeats are so painful, and I think that we have another interview. We're getting ready for it. Let's follow this game for the moment, but I think Alexandra is getting closer to her first victory in the tournament. Yes,
Exactly. And I predicted that she will fight back, and you as well.
She had a very difficult start because it's never easy.
I'm here with Batkhuyag Munguntuul, who just drew her game against Humpy Koneru. Munguntuul, you've had a great event so far, winning your first game against Kosteniuk. How do you feel?
У тебя был отличный турнир начала с победой над Александрой Костенюк. Как ты себя чувствуешь?
Ну, я, конечно, рада, что мне удалось выиграть, но я проиграла, зевнула пешку, и потом, мне кажется, Александра, она тоже как-то не досчитала и тоже зевнула, и мне удалось выиграть. Конечно, рада. И я хотела просто рассказать историю, что первую партию с Костенюк я играла в 93-м году, когда мне было 6,5 лет. Это был чемпионат мира до 10 лет. Костенюк, у нее ей было 10, она выиграла тот турнир. И самое первое, у меня вот это был самый первый международный турнир для меня. И первая партия играла Костениук, то есть это для меня очень такое знаменательная и интересная история для меня.
I played the game with Kosteniuk. I blundered the pawn, then she blundered, and of course I was lucky to play. But it's not our first time that we played. We played first time when we played the championship under 10. I had in '93. I had 6.5 years, and it's she won this tournament, Kosteniuk. So it's very nice that I get a chance again to play and start event with the game against her.
После этого мы, конечно, играли много раз, но первая партия была такая, и это очень интересно.
So they had very interesting. We had very interesting first game, and after that we played against each other many times, of course. But I always remember the first game.
Don't understand Russian, but your face just is so full of smiles and happiness, so I understand that. And playing against these players, regularly, and you played in Shymkent in the Women's Grand Prix, how is that for you, facing these tough opponents so often?
Как ты себя чувствуешь, потому что ты играешь с тяжелыми, с опытными шахматистами все время, и тоже играешь с ними на Гран-при закрытых турнирах. Вот какое то чувство играть всегда с опытными гроссмейстерами.
Да, круговые турниры отличаются от швейцарки, потому что все сильные игроки, и тем более сейчас вот Гран-при, он вообще самый сильный турнир. То есть все, все соперницы будут пытаться меня выигрывать, поэтому я не жду легкой жизни.
It's a very big difference between closed tournaments, round-robin tournaments, and Swiss events, because in Swiss events everyone is preparing in advance, and it's very tough. So I don't expect any easy game here.
Yeah. And speaking about the game, without getting into too much chess, there was a point when you played bishop e2, you thought for like 15 minutes. When there was an interesting alternative of knight g5, did you think about this? Did you see that at all?
Когда говорим о партии сегодня, ты думала 15 минут и сыграла слон e2, а там была возможность конь g5. Ты думала об этом?
Да, я считала этот вариант, конь g5, h6, конь h7, ладья e8, конь f6, пожертвовать коня. Мне посчитала, что там нету. Там можно отдать, черный отдать ладью за две фигуры, и мне кажется, там не будет компенсации, а мне казалось, там опасно. Я считала, да, этот вариант, выбирала между слон e2 или конь g5, и в итоге выбрала слон e2.
Yes, I was calculating this line, and I saw that after knight g5, h6, knight h7, there is rook e8, knight f6, and I have to sacrifice the knight. But at the end, black can stay with 2 pieces for the rook. That was my conclusion. And of course, I was calculating both lines, both candidate moves, and then decided to go with bishop e2. Because knight g5 is not that safe. It's a bit unclear and maybe not so good for me.
Very risky, but very interesting position. I urge viewers at home to also go look at this. And my final question to you is, how are you enjoying Monaco?
Последний вопрос. Как тебе нравится здесь, в Монако?
Я первый раз в Монако, и мне тут очень нравится, и организация очень на высоком уровне, и город очень красивый, погода тоже хорошая. У нас вот холодно, а тут как осень, весна, поэтому мне все нравится.
I enjoy a lot here. The tournament is organized in high level. Also, the city is very beautiful. As I'm first time here, what is interesting is that now in my country is very cold winter, and here is like mild autumn or spring. So I enjoy a lot of time here, and I like everything.
Yeah, the weather is much better here. Thank you so much, Munguntuul, and thank you so much, Alexandra, for translating for us, and good luck with the rest of your event.
Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Yeah, we're back. Let's check what's going on. I think Alexandra is just completely winning. knight. We will get the board back, guys. You see that she just won the queen on b6. That was a sacrifice from Tan, trying to muddy the waters. But yeah,
Yes,
Alexandra
what else
just
do we
made
have
it
after King
look
E1?
easy.
Mhm.
King E1, I think that was super precise, and now White will start collecting some material.
More.
Yeah, even more. You're right.
More, yes.
So we have a draw in Paehtz against Sarasadat.
That was the third draw of the
Yes.
round. Mhm.
And Koneru against Munguntuul, you already know. Lagno, Dronavalli
Wait.
from before.
What happened? Because I think knight f3 was played. Wait. What happened?
Bishop C, knight f3, exactly. G takes, bishop c3, rook d2 only move. And I don't
And
see
what
any.
else do we have here? So rook e5, king d1. Of course.
I think we can go full screen because I think this is just resignation. Yeah, we can go full screen. I think now she will sort of resign. I will keep an eye on next move because we have Assaubayeva against Goryachkina, and this game is still in progress. They are 10 moves away from the. But we are here.
Yes, a takes b6.
Yeah, but she can just take the knight. She takes the knight, and yeah, she wins the check. She can also play queen e8.
No, but I would take the knight first.
Yeah,
of course.
and queen will collect a lot of material.
Then let's say we take the knight, maybe
Rook d5, only move, check.
Check. Then where should go to
King
h6.
g7, check. King h6. Maybe I can even go queen f8. And queen f4. This should be a checkmate. Yeah, but let's say if I don't see that, I don't know. Everything is just that lost. Okay, let's move on to Assaubayeva against Goryachkina, since that game is now more interesting.
Yes, we'll keep this position and wait for the results.
Here, Bibisara is playing on last seconds. While Goryachkina is enjoying 8 minutes. But they haven't moved much.
No. They've been waiting. Bibisara doubled her rooks on the b file.
That's something we were mentioning. And now she goes for queen h4.
So, of course, black cannot take on e5 because then white will penetrate on the 7th rank. So you have to keep your rook on a7. But somehow it's more useful now than on a6. So queen h4. But what if I play simply bishop b7? Maybe she's trying just to reach the time control and then find an idea. Alojzije, bishop e7.
Bishop, yeah, she will move the bishop e7, I guess, or f8, e7. Queen will go back
to g3.
Yeah. Queen g3, and then is knight c5 a move? Probably it is.
Now that the rooks are on, there's everything so compact. Rook b2, rook b1, knight c2, knight c1. I would always look at g5, but here it's probably a bit premature. Can you seize the initiative here or not? Can you try? Or it's too much? No?
No.
g5 and then f4. But
yeah, it's probably a viable idea.
Or maybe first h6, king h7, then rook g8 and g5. What are you doing with your knights? Hmm?
No, I was thinking, but I'm trying to find a way for white to regroup a bit. Maybe to come with the knight to f3.
Yes, I was thinking about knight e1, knight f3, but then
Or maybe different knight. Knight e2, knight g1.
this one is a better. Let's. What if you try? Can we try g5 just for a second?
Yeah, why not?
I just want to see.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe it's not such a good idea. Like, what do you?
Knight e2, I can. I'm not in a
92.
hurry yet.
But then h6. Okay, I could have started with
Mhm.
h6. Okay, that was my main idea. Because somehow I want to seize this moment and play for more.
Yeah.
Let's see if Alexandra will go for it. And she goes for bishop f8 first.
Yeah, just to update you regarding Kosteniuk's position. Here the problem is that you cannot enter the pawn's endgame, which looks like completely winning, since there is
But you can
bishop
take on before.
b4 and then take. So of course she won't do it. She needs to take first. But then black will stay with the knight. I think it's not a difference, but knight f5 will be played. And we will end up in a position where, yeah, she's completely winning. Going back to Bibisara against Alexandra. Now g5 is more to the point, Almira, since... Okay, 14th move.
Because the queen is now on h4, she played queen h because I missed this, yes. So the queen was on g3 and she played queen h4. Okay, we reached time control.
Have we reached it? Not yet.
But why do we have 36 minutes on Alexandra's clock?
I don't
Because
know.
normally the clocks are not supposed to add like 30
Yeah,
minutes
well, that's why
before.
she's
Yes,
checking.
yes, she needs to. Okay, something is wrong.
Yeah, something is wrong. She's having basically 6 minutes, and it can be tricky if she doesn't make a move.
She can actually
lose.
lose the game. Did you check? It was queen h4 was the 40th move.
Yeah, maybe I was just making some analysis, and then we got confused. So I will go try to update. Yeah, but I don't see where did I go wrong. We cannot see score sheet, but if she stood up, that would happen in 40th move, right?
Well, it's a very unusual situation because I think that Alexandra is aware, of course, that 30 minutes were added to her clock before she reached the time control. So, but she goes for knight c5 anyway. But I think that yes, I can see she just wrote down her 40th move. So she might actually.
We can go now to check the playing hall. Let's see, will she speak with the arbiters? So let's go to a broad view. Yeah, she's speaking with the arbiter. She's trying to explain what happened, but I don't believe that Stefan got her from.
No, but I can confirm then maybe. Let me confirm.
Yeah, Almira left. Yeah, we spotted what has happened. It can be tricky because if you made a move later, after 5.5 minutes were gone, then We can go broad view so that you could see what's going on in the playing hall. But anyway, this game will last for a while I expect that.
Well, I got the confirmation from the arbiter that he doesn't know why the clock
Added. Actually, the clock added extra time on 39th move.
Yes, and I asked him what if she wouldn't have made her move in time, that she still had 30 minutes on the clock, and he was not able to answer my question. So it's a very strange situation. So yes, we still have 2 games in progress, and we will find out more maybe after the game.
Yeah, let's just go to Alexandra against Zhongyi. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, it's dead lost. It's dead lost. Of course, she can make her life a little bit harder, but it's sort of obvious that white is winning here, and king will run away, move around.
So should we take a small break right now? Maybe you will figure out also if there were a few technical difficulties with the clock, or should we?
Yeah, we can make a short break, because in this position, now they will think for a while, because it's.
And she didn't go for g5. You see, I was looking for trouble. I'm not sure if it was the best move, but I had the feeling that with the 2 crooks,
40th move here,
yes, on
40th move, and now queen to c6 will be played, and queen b7, I guess. So queen c6 check, rook will come back, and I think queen b7 and a5 push. After knight d4, some tactics always work in white's favor. Okay, maybe first knight b3, check, but what to do? This, I think, is the concept, but this is winning.
The thing is
this winning? Hang on. Is there any fortress you can make? I guess not. But it can be tricky. For example, if you end up, let's say, in this position. Okay, here, but let's say this one. Okay, anyway, it wins big. King needs to be, so to make a draw, this needs to happen. Let's say king g8. But now I'm not sure, but I need to calculate.
Maybe I can bring my king
and sacrifice. You have extra pawn. So here you have this extra f pawn, because then you have f and you can sacrifice, and you can push f5, sacrifice, and still you will win, because.
And I can also bring my king then, if you take with the g pawn, like g takes f. So.
No, she will.
How can you move first? Okay, king e4. No, what like something king e4.
Yeah, and you just sacrifice, and at some stage, okay.
But actually, what I wanted to say, maybe Alexandra.
But if I wait here.
But I wanted to say that's why Alexandra didn't take the knight on g3, but preferred to take the bishop, because she thought that knight and the rook will not stop the pawn. It will be a better chance to coordinate the bishop and the rook against the a-pawn. So that was the reason why she didn't take the knight on g3, but here.
Yeah, I think this is important point, because bishop and the rook can control the pawn push from a distance.
Yes, and maybe there was like a slight possibility to build some kind of fortress, even though I don't believe so. But here, let me wait. So f4.
Yeah, anyway, it wins. It wins. You're right. Okay, let's have a break, and then we will check the final moments, I think, of Assaubayeva against Goryachkina, because this game
This will
Kosteniuk,
last for
yeah.
a while also. Mhm.
Yeah, okay, coming back soon.
It's day 2 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Monaco, where round 2 is about to begin. Yesterday, we had 3 decisive games with a lot of exciting chess, time scrambles, and some upsets. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast with our amazing commentators to not miss any of the action.
Dear chess friends, welcome back, and we are live from Novotel Monte Carlo. So right now you have on your screens Alexandra Kosteniuk playing with the white pieces against Zhongyi. Those players do know each other very well, but I think that this complicated game will end up in Alexandra's Kosteniuk victory, but for the moment Tank is trying to find a few defensive resources. Alexandra didn't play f5 yet. She didn't create the passed pawn. So let's analyze maybe this game a little bit. I'm not sure if we can call it an endgame. Yes.
Yeah, Almira, I think after 3 draws, which we have today, that we will see at least one decisive game. Black is putting all hopes of stopping F pawn of marching by controlling. But yeah, from our experience, we know that there are so many options, and you can stop for a while, but when king joins the game and you start stretching black on 2 wings, I think it's just a technical point of view. And although it looks like maybe rook and knight can create something on this level, which Alexandra is on, it's yeah, you just start avoiding tricks. Basically, she's not concerned. She's just rechecking the things. So she will just...
At the same hand, like, what I wanted to say is, like, once again, we're having a very instructive endgame. So it will be interesting not only for us, but also for our audience to see how you convert those positions.
Okay, so she will start by pushing f5 or king b2. Okay, so she opted for king b2, which is a normal move. King will come closer, f5 will be pushed, queen will find a nice safe haven on e5, and then a5 will be pushed.
So queen e5 here. And king d7 is the only move, probably. Or you want to move knight d5?
I think queen e7 is also a move. Depends what you want. Knight d7, and now let's say king b3. This is a normal way. Okay, you can give check and you can come back, but I improved my position. f5 will be pushed, and king will...
Maybe rook c6 now,
rook
king
c6,
b5.
king b5, and I think now it's important to just control the d5 square. Maybe where to stop with my queen. If I go to f7, maybe f7. You go king b7, I push a5, ba. This is maximum. I cannot expect that I will get more. And now I just transfer, and maybe, who knows, some even queen e6 will be a trick in the end.
I was thinking, yes, about that move, because you cannot stop
I don't believe
those
that
white pawns.
This is an issue. Actually, the game is taking our route, knight d7, and king c3 also. I was telling king b3, but it's more or less the same. You need to wait. Maybe she wants to go to f5 with the king, and to g5, and then push f5. Also possible option.
And how about the other team?
Okay, let's go there. When was the last time they exchanged them?
I don't remember.
Exchange the
No,
pawns.
when not exchange, because it's when you move the pawn. Okay, exchange is a different thing, but I think g6 was the last move.
c6 or g6?
No.
G6, you're right.
G6
So
was the last
g6, when was it? It was 29th move, so like 16 moves ago. And exchange, I think this was the last exchange. And this happened 17th move. So like for 30 moves, no exchanges.
No, but they exchanged the bishop b7.
Bishop.
Bishop
Okay.
b7. So what is the current position? This is the current position.
This is the current position. Black is better, but you cannot win the game by just saying, claiming I'm better.
She doesn't want to go for my h6 g5. You know, I think that if you want to win this game, you have to use this idea.
Yeah, she will go for it, I would say. but she hesitating a bit.
So maybe h6, king h. No, king h7, g5. Okay, now that we have the rook on d7, queen on d8. So let's say h6 here. Can you try this now?
Yeah,
h6.
why not?
Knight f3. Maybe.
Yeah, and then
and
g5.
then g5.
Okay, but I wait. I don't know how.
What do you do?
I wait.
You've been
somehow.
waiting with white?
Yeah, for a
You've
long.
been maneuvering, yes.
Yeah,
for
I don't
quite
know.
a
I will move
while.
my king to have knight h2 if it's necessary.
So now can I bring my knight to e6 or bishop to h5?
Yeah, bishop h5 is a
Like-
good move. I move my knight. Then you play bishop g5. You take and play bishop g5. I cannot do it. Yeah, my idea of waiting is not so strong. I go bishop e2.
Knight g5 is the threat or not? What I wanted to know.
Maybe even knight g1. I will go back
Yes,
just to.
knight g1. But if no, okay, I do like bishop h5, but after bishop e2, maybe I have to do something else. Okay, okay, the thing is you cannot bring your rook to g1, so I'm pretty safe here. But can I try maybe knight d6? I'm not sure because now I don't know what to do with the bishop on h5. No, I mean knight d6 before. With the bishop here, knight d6 here. I think
Okay, I
it
play
was
knight
my
e2.
first
This
idea.
is my plan.
Mm-hmm.
And my plan is, let's say, in some kind of position. I don't know, let's say. Then I can be fine here, even if you exchange on f3, even if drop e5 pawn, who knows, some light squares.
No, but I don't think that's...
So I'm waiting. If you push g4...
No, now that you played knight e2, maybe I can play bishop h5 and you can no longer play bishop e2. Okay, maybe this is my my plan. Let's see, what else can you do here?
And if I go down, you go back.
This is too
knight
much.
c5.
Yes.
But then I go knight g3.
Can I improve my position a little bit more? Knight fg1 is a very unexpected move, so I didn't think about this one. Yeah, well, I need the rook. How do I bring the rook to g7? At least the
Okay,
rook,
you
the
need to
rook
keep
is stuck
eye on
here,
this
so
one, but probably it's fine.
It's not easy. It's like, even if I push g5, I still have to be careful. So here, maybe can I play bishop?
What did she
Bishop
do?
f8?
Bishop f8 was played?
I don't know.
Rook a6. Okay, knight f3 will be played. Coming back.
But the thing is, now the situation has changed. Bibisara has more time. Alexandra is not sure, actually. She wants to play g5, but as we saw, she's not sure that this is necessary. Yes, maybe they will continue to dance around, and this is it. How can you break through in this position if you don't do something, I don't know, something aggressive?
Okay, let's check. Has something changed in Alexandra's against.
No, the king is on b5 already.
Yeah,
of course,
that's
so-
what we mentioned. Now a5. a5 will be played. We can stay for a while here.
But the thing is, of course, you were right, because the knight cannot keep an eye on both pawns. So like a5, you can play knight b8, but then you will push f5, and this is it. So
Yeah, I don't see that after a5, black can do anything.
goes for it.
B A takes. Yeah, I don't see now any point of moving with the game.
By the way, I went to the playing hall a few times today, and it is so silent. You know, you can. Well, if the clock wouldn't be the electronic ones, I would have said that you can hear like the noise of the mechanism, you know, while you're pressing the button.
Yeah, so now knight somewhere, and we might see a sacrifice coming quicker than expected. Also, it's possible that Zhongyi call it a day and just resign.
Alexandra is checking something because I saw her glance. So she was trying to find out what kind of fortress. For example, if I can sacrifice the knight for the a pawn, let's say, in some way, I don't know how, in some way, and then there's nothing you can do here.
No. f5 will be played. And now queen will come to e7 nicely. So f5.
Why can you play a6?
Rook b6 you want to allow, and then rook a6 trick.
Oh, yes, but I wanted to show it. Oh, you see, it's like... So that's how you don't win this game. So I was right to ask this question, because I thought, okay, what was
this is now the biggest blunder.
Okay, so you can still blunder in this position.
Yeah, so f5 just wins on spot, because after f5 actually I don't see don't see a move, because now I can pin you even, but I can also do something else.
But it's such a lovely idea, because I haven't seen it. Yes, of course we are tired, but so are the players. But rook b6, rook a6, and it's a draw.
Yeah, but you see what is experience. Alexandra is rechecking. I like that approach.
But so let's see. Let's say I blundered and I played a6, rook b6. That's what I wanted to check. And after king c4, this is a draw. That's what. Okay, so this there is
and then rook b6, rook f6 forever. She will push f5, I guess.
She goes for queen c4 check, but it was a very important moment. Like, because were you waiting for me to fall into this trap? I was like, because normally you're supposed like to tell everyone, you know, it's a cautionary tale, you know, please do not do this, a6, you know, but then a6, rook b6, king a5, and rook a6 is a draw.
Now a6 can be played. But she's rechecking. a6.
So a6, rook b6, king a5 here, so you can no longer take on a6. What else can you do? This is it, no? You have no more squares. Can play rook f6 back and then maybe check. I don't know, queen b4, and this is it.
Okay, a6, rook b6,
King
king
a5.
a5, let's say rook b2.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, rook b2.
So not rook f6. I will just try to push you from the b file.
Yeah,
and,
it's
let's
important.
take queen d4.
Yeah, queen d4 and then king b5.
Yes. Good.
And there is no longer option of checking.
And this is it. No, because king c7, queen c4 was the rook anyway, so
Yeah.
rook f6
Also,
is
maybe she's thinking about queen d5. Because if you go back, now I can play a6 and there is no tactics since queen is no longer on e4. So maybe that's also something she's thinking about. So what do you think? Will she go for it, a6, or she will play it safe with queen d5? Hard to say, yeah.
e6, yes, but like today is not our day. I guessed everything wrong. She wants to be sure, of course. And Dan remembers her yesterday's game, where she was completely winning, and then she allowed her opponent to save the day. So let's have a look at the other game.
Yeah.
How it unfolded.
Yeah, she's still not playing this h6 g5. But somehow... Okay, now
she played. She finally
at the right moment.
played h6. No, but so this move clearly indicates that she's playing for a win. You know, they could have repeated the moves forever. So she decided that now is the moment. What can you do here? Yes, because with the knight on c5, for the moment, maybe she can regroup her pieces and bring her rook into play on the 7th.
Not a great situation, but it reminds me of the game against Sarasadat, where Bibisara at some stage she was really desperately passive, but when she gets a chance to counterattack or to become active, so I'm curious to see what will happen, because this really looks passive. You need to defend here. The knight is attacking, so you need to overprotect that. Also, this g5 is coming, which will restrict your knight. King is weak. But if you are skillful in defense, you might find some kind of setup of how to make your opponent's life harder. a6 played in Alexandra's game. I think we will see resignation. So maybe it's a moment that we stay there for a second with the camera as well, because I think she will resign quite soon. Okay, rook b6 will be played to give this check. King a5, rook will go to b2, and that's it.
By the way, Tan Zhongyi is the top seed of this event, so her rating is very high. 2561. I think you mentioned you have the same rating. Yes,
yeah, same rating.
So, and I was actually wondering, because I think that I've calculated the average. It was something around like 2483. Like, I have to check it on chess results. So, what category actually this tournament was? Because It's been a while since we're talking about categories.
Exactly.
I remember Linares,
Exactly.
21st category. So I no longer know what is the average of those
Exactly.
tournaments anymore. So let's have a look. What
Yeah,
does it give
categories
us?
was important. Oh, you're playing 7th category tournament. Oh, not bad.
Okay, that's it. So if I was right. Ranking cost tables, standings.
Statistic, maybe?
Yes, here.
No.
No, just a second working. They no longer tell us. Because the category actually defines the norm requirements. So it's, of course, it's very important to know how many points do you need to score a Grandmaster norm in this tournament. So you have 3 IM playing in this tournament, and Bibisara, Batkhuyag, and Sarasadat, they're chasing their Grandmaster titles. So I will have to ask they are like our chief arbiter about that. Maybe he can help me out. Let me check this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure players who are chasing norms, they know what are the requirements, which performance points, actually the points score they need. Okay, rook will go to b2. I guess that move will happen. The point is, if you go with b1, anyway, queen d4 seals the destiny, but
Let me ask.
also there's other ways. Rook b2 and then queen d4. Yeah, it's no longer so interesting to stay here, but I was hoping that we will catch the final moments. I always like to see, is there any chat after the game, maybe some, not analysis, but comments, small talk. But here it seems that Tan Zhongyi will think for a while.
Okay,
let's go back
find out
to the
because
first. Okay, we have knight exchange, which happened now. So she decided to exchange. This is a interesting approach because knight can always come to e6, a nice square. And still, okay,
So does it help white? What do you think?
White is
No,
lacking
because
some
now,
space.
okay, yes,
Yeah.
but so it was actually not a bad idea to exchange this one knight, and now you can bring your rooks to the G file in case you will need to bring it to the defense. But Alexandra didn't play G5 yet.
Okay, now white will start coming up with the bishop, I guess. At least
Bishop
to
E2,
e2.
bishop, yes, maybe bishop F3 next. So maybe king H7. What can you play here?
Okay, let's say king h7,
H7.
bishop e2, rook g7,
G7,
bishop f3. If you push g5, I wait, or maybe bishop h5.
But maybe then I can. If I push G4,
Then I take.
Yes.
And bishop e4. I think this is bad. So I don't see how black improves.
No, so let's say king h1. No, I wanted to push g4 maybe.
Now I'm not sure, because I have also option to press you now on the b file, because there is now you
They
need.
can always play bishop c8. I have this
Okay,
this rook on a6, which is stacked. So, what else can I do here? Actually, bishop b2, bishop f3 is a very important maneuver because you do not allow me to play queen e8, queen h5. And if this is not possible, how can you bring your queen into play?
frankly speaking, I'm not longer sure that you can make a breakthrough.
I have an idea, but I need the rook. The other rook, because what I wanted to do is to play, let's say, queen e8.
Mm-hmm.
What
Okay,
can you do?
wait.
And maybe g4. I know this sounds crazy,
Okay, I
and I
take.
want to take rook g4.
I was thinking
yes,
about
but
this,
I'm
but
not
I
sure it
take
doesn't
here
work.
and I.
Yes, rook b7.
But anyway,
of
if
course,
I don't have that move, I
Yes.
think also, let's say that I wait. I give you. It's not easy because also
No,
those
but with the
pawns.
rook on a6, this is
Yeah.
it's a silly idea.
Frankly speaking, I don't believe that now black can make a breakthrough without the knight, because knight on c5 really secures and can put pressure on f4, and it was securing b7, attacking d3,
Okay,
and the clock is ticking. Has something. Okay, g5 plate and instant reply.
So it's basically category 10. Normally you need 6 out of 9, but of course the average for each player is a different one. So maybe, for example, Batkhuyag, she might need 6 out of 10, but maybe 5.5 out of 10. Maybe her category is a different one. So this is for the moment the answer that I got from the arbiters.
Yeah, thanks for that. Nice info.
So she did go for g5?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rook
And rook
b2.
b2, okay, that's exactly
Understandable
what
reply.
you wanted to play, but
Here we have rook b1,
mhm.
and I think now queen d4.
But the same idea. Why didn't you play? Oh wait, queen d3. Am I getting into the same?
Same trick.
No, but I am attacking the knight on d7.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Okay, but
understand. Because I wanted, yes, to
yeah, and there is no
avoid
time.
the check on b1.
Yeah, but queen d4 to avoid it. So you need to come with the king and just push. What did she play? Queen d4. Okay, let's stay here for a second just to wait for the resignation. We can go full screen. The position is not so important as before. I think Tan will now resign.
You said this already.
Yes,
an
I said
hour
like
ago,
an hour
yes.
ago 10 times, but okay. They are fighters.
Jean-Michel Verpere is the main organizer of this event, and in 1 month we are going to celebrate his 60th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been the president of the Monaco Chess Federation as long as I know him. He practically built an infrastructure in Monaco for chess tournaments, youth education, teams events and everything. Everything, basically. So
Alexandra now seems to be thinking that
this is the moment where I
Yeah.
would want to see, something spectacular happen. Someone runs into the playing hall, and dances.
King
Some
C7,
Celtic
so
dance.
A7 will be played.
Mm.
Second score sheet. She's checking, rechecking. Is A7 winning? It seems so.
But what if you check, like,
Where
Queen C4?
if
No, Queen C4 first.
no need.
She went for
Yeah.
7.
Because on knight b6 he can take, but there are
Mm.
also several other ways. Even if she doesn't know what to do, she
No,
can.
knight b6 you can take and put the knight.
Oh, oh, bravo, Almira.
It's just
That's
for the beauty
That's
of it. Yes.
fantastic. I love it. Okay, will this happen?
Yes.
Hang on. Queen b6 and the knight.
Yes.
Brilliant. I love it.
That's my creative spirit
Yeah.
after 5 hours. Twice
Yes.
she goes, let's
and,
see.
and,
I
and-
know that Alexandra loves studies, so I really want to see the knight on the board. Chess studies, we were doing a lot of those together. Yes, yes, this is the aesthete in us,
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. So cool. So cool.
You should look for beauty everywhere,
Yeah,
If there is
awesome.
a single, like,
We-
this moment where you can.
So
this.
nice.
By the way, there will be a beauty prize. So I'm not sure that this game will make the cut, but it was a very interesting struggle.
Final moments. For viewers, very nice to have this. Yesterday was this rook d8 of Sarah, was the moment of the round, this last round trick. Here, knights under promotion was so cool to happen. Yeah.
Beauty will save the world, I think, or at least I hope. And so those moments, they bring us a lot of joy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a struggle. I know that it's very difficult for Zhongyi, and she doesn't want to accept the defeat, especially that we know that at some point she was much better in the game.
She was playing very well. And first round she was pressing a bit. Yesterday she was completely winning at some stage. She can be disappointed in terms of her score, but how she plays, for sure she will come back. There are enough rounds. She's only -1. If she wins 2-3 games, that's it.
And she resigns. Yes. First victory for Alexandra Kosteniuk. She's now on 1.5. Yes, on 50%. And it's an important victory. She lost in the first round against Batkhuyag.
Yeah.
Yes, Munguntuul. Then she made a draw against Alexandra Goryachkina. She was struggling in that game as well. And this game also didn't go according to the plan, I think. So it was important for her to stay in the tournament and to show her character. So let's get back to our last game. Maybe we will have a small interview.
Yeah, let's check.
Before the time travel.
Let's check. Let's get the board as well.
Starts once again.
G5 plate. But it seems to me that Bibisara has managed to get a normal position. Queen g3.
But can
Complicating.
you take on a5? Okay.
Yeah,
I know she wants to take on g5, but let's try. Take on a5, queen a5. Take on g5 probably. Oh,
Queen e5
yes,
or
queen f5. Oh, maybe that's a chance.
that's a very good chance. Okay, let's say bishop. You go knight f4.
Yes. You mean on queen a5? I also have knight a4. Yes.
Queen.
That was the idea. If you take queen a5, then I also have knight f4.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. So if you take this, knight
yes,
f4.
knight
Yeah.
f4.
So here bishop e5, knight f4, rook g7.
G6. What else can I unless I can play h4, but I'm not sure. But this is a worth a try. So g6. If you take on f4, then queen f4.
What's
Knight
going?
e6.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Knight c7. Yes. What else can we do here?
And I think this will be a draw somehow. Somehow. Maybe this is too passive, but
h4. Oh.
should be a draw somehow, but many pawns. Something like this. Very strong pawn. Sorry.
But is this? It's so clear.
No, I don't know, but it looks to me that you won't be able to penetrate because rook is. It's not like two pawns up because this one needs to protect the one and a passer. I don't know. Maybe this h4 is not necessary. Maybe I should just go. But then I don't like to play this when king comes.
And if I take on e5, you take like rook takes a5, rook takes a5, queen a5, f take g5. Do we have another move there?
In this position.
No, like before taking on e5. Is it only queen a5 and yes, here? So here, do we have something else? No.
No. No, queen e5 necessary.
Yes.
So queen g3. She needs to take on a5, I guess. So rook a5, queen a5.
It's a very intense moment of the game. So knight f4 is the only move, probably. We have something else. We can try queen h4, maybe. Did you? By the way.
Which one?
Queen h4. Yes, right now. And then you can bring your rook into play as well, maybe. And these are the moments that Alexandra Goryachkina are not dealing very well with, because she's an extremely strong positional player, but I've seen a few games where even though that she was completely winning, when things are getting messy and she's in the time trouble, so she panics. So this might be one of those moments. For the moment, she still has 9 minutes on her clock, but anything can happen here.
So rook a5 will be played. Hang on, she played rook b1. That's also a good move. We can also go full screen. Full screen to check the situation. Bishop c8 was played. Almira, rook b8 to b1 was tempting, but if white now doesn't have a follow-up, maybe it was not a great decision. I don't know. Yeah, thinking.
So now she can take on g5?
Yeah, but maybe
Because then you're
circumstances.
taking,
Yeah,
yes,
bishop
completely
e5.
different now, yes. Yes, the queen is on c7. You
Yeah.
no longer can play knight f4.
Yeah, I think now that Bibisara needs to find something very clever. Because actually bishop on e6 was worse than on c8. On c8 it protects and it opened the doors.
And this rook is finally entering the play. You know, the rook which was stuck on a6, on a7, now it's free. And it grabbed the pawn. Anyway, I'm not even sure if in English the rook, is it a she? It?
Which one? What?
The rook.
It
It,
should
yes,
be,
because
yeah.
like I was thinking now in Russian, because it's a her. So
Her Majesty.
Yes, I no longer know who are we talking
Ladja,
about.
huh?
Yes, Ladja, yes. Ladja. So it's very interesting when you see the
Ladja is a
difference.
boat in
Yes,
Croatia. Yeah,
but it's
same with the
normal.
Russia. Yeah.
You think about Viking boats, you know, ships. And, well, now things have changed again.
H4, I think this is an important move. Not to take on g5, but to provoke taking on f4, because then at least you can
No, but if you play
strengthen.
g4, then you mean that black is not winning again?
Okay, at least she needs. Okay, but then I have h5, knight h4. I'm not. This is maybe not wise to allow. Knight lands on g6, or I can combine it with pressure from h4 to f5. Maybe g4. Time trouble.
Time trouble. This is
Second
the end
one.
of the game. Yes, this is it.
Yeah.
You're not getting any more time. 30 minutes was given after the first time control, and 30 seconds are added after each move. So this is it. And she did go for h4.
Yeah. h4 was, I would say, the last chance to stay in the game. Very good by Bibisara. And now Alexandra needs to think how to proceed. Bishop f8, bishop h8, g4 you mentioned. I don't know, is there anything else?
Maybe we can have a full screen and we can put the analysis board, yes. So we can try a few moves on the board. Yes, and now let's have the analysis board. So
Yeah, so bishop f8 is also a normal move. And I don't see that taking is a wise decision, because I think that black will attack white through those files.
no, but you cannot take queen g5, rook g7, and then you're losing your queen, yes?
Yeah. That's simply. Okay, queen f6, I can go and on.
No, but wait. I had one.
Bishop e7.
No, I had another thought. So if the bishop is now on f8, maybe you can take f takes g5 if it changes something. Does it change something or not? Yes. Okay, she goes
g4
for
play.
g4.
Yeah, but now h5 is another milestone, I think. h5. h5. Without h5, I don't believe it will be easy to stay in the game. Because if blacks... Oh,
Oh, yeah, she goes.
now I think h5. h5, if black plays h5. Okay. She needs to take she protect the pawn, queen d8. And now you don't have an easy entrance because I go queen e8. Queen d8. Queen f2, queen d8.
But h5 was necessary, of course, but it was not obvious that suddenly you have this chance to activate your
Yeah.
knight and bring it back to the game. It's knight h4, knight g6, attacking on f5. And
Yeah, it's not easy to switch from defending to sort of counter-attacking mode. But now after g4, king, queen f2, queen d8, everything looks...
maybe she wants to play king h2, king g3.
Okay.
Is this possible
Yeah,
here?
it is. But bishop goes.
Maybe then you can sacrifice something on e5, bishop e5, if the king is on g3. h5 is... So let me have a look. Maybe that's the moment where we can greet our audience. Of course, thank you so much for watching. Classical games, are very long. So I really admire our players, commentators, our team, for surviving this classical chess control, especially that nowadays, we are looking more for entertainment and following all these blitz tournaments, fish and random, bullet tournaments, rapid tournaments, and I'm not even sure that classical chess will exist.
Yeah,
in
but
10 years.
I still like it, so I would be happy that it stays for a while.
It happened to me when I played during the French Championship. There was a moment where we played in theaters, and games were even longer then, so it lasted 6, 7, even 8 hours. So someone simply fell asleep and was snoring, while I was thinking about some combinations. So the arbiter had to chase the criminal and to wake him up. So let's have a look.
Yeah, it's now obvious that Alexandra has all the time in the world to improve her position. Bishop f8, rook will go to e6, but she needs to find a way where to break through. Bibisara will wait. Don't know how, but okay. King f2, your route, king g3.
But if the king goes to g3, by the way, I had this idea to sacrifice everything on e5, so you need to put the bishop on g7, queen on c7, and then to take on... so she will play queen f2, of course, at some point, and then to sacrifice on e5. It's sort of cooperative help made, but What else to do here? Okay, 3.
Yeah, she wants to maybe to exchange pair of rooks to relieve the pressure. Rook a2. Yeah, because she has this entrance point. For example, rook a2. I take bishop e6, and maybe there is a way to enter. Okay, maybe
And then I
there
can
is.
play rook a1 the moment where
Okay. Yeah, it's not easy to break through. So you wait. I don't know how.
So after, yes, bishop b6, let's say. No, but queen a4, maybe, like, I was thinking about b5 already.
And then queen d5.
Yes, so maybe
Yeah,
don't
b5.
put,
This is a nice motive, maybe.
don't
Or
put your queen like
can
on
I go
a4.
here? Maybe.
I don't know. Queen f3, yes.
Okay, maybe I can go here as well, and then also combine it with some other stuff.
Maybe queen a4 is a bit unfortunate, so we need another square for the moment.
Queen
a1, let's say, because we'll keep an eye on
rook
d4
c7.
pawn, yes.
You wait.
So maybe bishop c5, consolidating, and then king g3. Let's try something.
Yeah.
So what can you do here? Let's say rook c8.
No,
If
but then you
and
take.
then,
Okay, maybe I can
rook
sacrifice,
b7,
but
yes.
I can maybe sacrifice, but I don't want to do it. Can I do it super slowly? Somehow. Queen d7. You go queen b1.
Maybe you should play b6, and then you can move your rook
Okay,
to
yeah.
a7.
Yeah.
You forgot that.
Yeah. This is the way. Okay, now
Yes.
I've made some
No, but
improvement.
then I should keep my queen on the a file, so I can play rook a2. But then you will play b5, maybe, and b5 and b4.
Okay, so rook a2 plate. Queen takes.
And I just got the confirmation, by the way, because I still wanted to know that every IM in this tournament needs 6 out of 9 to score a Grandmaster norm, and I think that it would be the last Grandmaster norm for Bibisara. She was very close in her last event. So she's chasing, first of all, she needs a few Elo points and a Grandmaster norm as well. So
So rook g7 played, king went to g3, bishop c5. The plan is not yet clear.
No, but bishop c5, then you can play b6. And free your pieces, of course. But for the moment, Bibisara is controlling the A file. And it's not clear to me how Alexandra can activate her rook. So queen a8 was played. What else can you do here? Can make another move, useful move. You can play king h7. Queen c7, of course, is also a valid option, but maybe she wants to play b6 and queen b7.
Yeah, that's an option.
And then rook d7. So, because the knight on g2 is completely out of play, so she's doomed to wait. It is a bit strange to me that we could have had exactly the same position, but with the pawn on a5. Because it all started with queen g3, and suddenly Bibisara decided not to take on g5. Maybe it was not so clear for her that the opposite color bishop and rook endgame was very close to a draw. This is when we need Yasser. You know, Yasser with all his stories.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, of course, engine is screaming that black is winning, but I'm thinking what would be the evaluation of the players here. So what would they say? Of course, black is better, but this -2 sounds too drastic. I think we will get an answer like -1, not more. Because I don't see why this is so lost. If bishop comes to a4, stopping b6 and b5 ideas, where and when will you make a breakthrough?
With bishop a4 with the queen on a8?
Yeah, what to do?
Then I will play rook g8. Maybe rook g8 and bishop b6. And I will win your queen.
Ah, okay. That's a motive. Okay, I agree. So I need to be careful.
Yes, but you don't need to go out of your way, you know, you don't need to move bishop a4 for the moment. So just
so this is interesting. So you mentioned, let's say like this, bishop a4, bishop b6. And actually I cannot stop. I need to move the bishop. Maybe it's also not bad. Maybe I can even sacrifice just to go for like super. No, this is this is bad. Yeah, just move the bishop. So I'm curious to see. So rook e7 was played. Bishop a4. Not now, right? Or yeah, it's possible. Rook e5, is it a threat?
No, I wanted to sacrifice on e5 for a while, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
So you don't have queen e3, and the bishop is not on the board, and also queen g3 is not possible as well. It's a desperate attempt, like to give a few checks, but it's not enough. By the way, have you played a game against our chess robots?
Yes.
Yes, and how did you do?
No, but okay. I said I started the game, so actually I was not playing.
But what do
The
you
whole
think
game.
about the design and like what is your feeling? Do you have a feeling that that's a real opponent?
Yeah, but there was this robot. I don't know who was playing. There was a video with Kramnik and Grishchuk, and that robot looks scary.
Yes, exactly.
That one looks a little bit, not a little bit, looks friendly.
But that was not a robot at that time. It was designed just mostly a hand, moving. So you didn't have a design where it was like a small creature, yes,
Yeah.
which is very friendly and which can be your faithful companion and give you lessons and play chess with you and help you to improve.
Yeah, I have positive feeling about it. And the problem is it's strong. You cannot win. Today I go against all those guys. You cannot win.
So king g7, maybe then bishop b6 or first rook e8, then you chase the queen away. What do you think then? But if rook e8, then you move the bishop. Okay. So
Not easy to win this one at all. b6 at some stage
yes,
must be played.
You have to try it, but then okay, let's try b6.
Okay, b6, bishop a4. You have bishop b7.
No, bishop b7. Yeah,
so
maybe then I can.
so I need to wait somehow. Let's say I wait.
Bishop b7 anyway. So let's say go there. Maybe now rook e8. So what should I play here? Rook a2.
But then b5. No. Bishop b3. I'm waiting. And again, you need to make another breakthrough somehow.
Who will crack actually? Who will be the first to crack?
Okay, they are really long time. 3 minutes. Now they are in this blitz mode.
No, Alexandra just played
b6.
Yes,
Okay,
it was
rook
absolutely
b2 or something, queen a2, whatever. Rook b2 is better. That rook is in front, so I will go for it. Rook b2 and then queen a1. Rook b2, I guess, will be played.
And I think that I interviewed Alexandra Kosteniuk, but she was not aware that it was maybe a novelty or maybe she is. Like, I wanted to know what were her thoughts. Okay, so bishop b7 is on the board as we predicted it. Then queen a1. Yes.
Rook b2, queen a1.
No, after like because we have bishop b7.
Bishop b7, yeah.
Yes. Queen a1, and then if actually it was a bit different now.
Okay, bishop d1 was maybe not needed, but I don't see a difference.
Oh, but then what now if you change the rooks? Let's see, we haven't tried this yet. So
Okay,
rook
that's
e8, rook b2, rook 8, and now you change the rooks. So does it bring you closer to victory here?
okay. If white was the only one controlling the file, for example, in this scenario, it should be beneficial for black, since black couldn't come anywhere else except a file. So I think this was actually in black's favor, this bishop d1. Queen b2. Okay, rook a1, rook a8 will be played.
Okay, rook 8, rook a1, that's the same.
Yeah,
So they will
okay.
trade rooks, and then I wanted to ask you if, like, we trade rooks and queens. Is this winning? So can your king come to the queen side through the dark squares?
I think it's winning.
So this
Yeah, because white king needs to hold the g pawn, while e pawn I can control from the distance. I guess so. Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to
Yeah,
know.
I think
So
you're right.
now I can play take, maybe queen b8, queen a8 then.
And how about rook a5? Is that a move?
Oh, that's another.
Getting an a passer. But then
That's an interesting move as well.
bishop will go to b4.
No, but I thought that if this is completely winning, then if the king just goes to the queen side through the dark squares, then you just can take and exchange the queens.
Okay, it's some kind of tough decision at the moment because you have two viable moves. You're not forced to take immediately.
Just, I wanted simply to demonstrate it anyway. We have some time. Let's say this. Okay, we wait. Something just. I wanted to illustrate this. And okay, now what do you do? So you go here. I bring the king.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you?
Yeah, okay, never
I
mind.
bring
Yeah.
the king. Yes. So
Yeah.
let's say you do something. By the way,
Bishop b4 check and b5.
So
maybe you should have stayed with the bishop that you can play bishop b3. So let's say like this. So you go with the bishop.
Bishop b3. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, but
check and well, there is also c5. So
no, but we also need maybe to bring the bishop here to keep an eye on e6, and then you have to bring the king.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe this is so long.
What happened is that she took on a1 and played king f8. She wants to come to b8 and exchange, exactly as you were saying, Almira. King to b8 and then to exchange the queens that way.
Or maybe she's bringing her king closer first.
Okay, but I think this is the point. Come here, move the bishop, and exchange, and then.
And then king a6, king a5. Yes, the king is even closer. Bishop on c8, bishop b6, and then king a6, king a5. You don't need b5. That's your route.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this king f8. Let's say we stay. So bishop c8, yes. Okay. Now the
It should
bishop.
be dead lost.
This is.
Take. King,
This is
take.
what I want.
I
Yes,
think
to
it should
achieve.
be-
Yes. Okay. I don't know. You can bring your knight, and this is what I want to do. King a6, king a5, and king b4. Okay.
Dead lost.
This is a much better way, to
Yeah.
achieve this position. I like it very much. So, while the bishop is protecting everything and guarding the e6, like push, so the king is going to a5 and b4, and this is it. I think that Bibisara forgot about this king march. She has no way of controlling the dark squares.
Okay.
And 1 minute, 20 seconds for the Bibisara. You can't even sacrifice. There is nothing to sacrifice.
I was thinking that maybe she can arrange bishop c2, nice bishop e3, knight c2, but then bishop goes to e6 and b5.
So let's say here knight e1. Yes, this.
Yeah.
So how to use this knight e1? Let's say king e8. Yes, knight c2.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Ah,
d4 is
wait,
hanging.
d4 is hanging. Ah, maybe this is a good idea.
But that's why you need to start with bishop b4 now. Bishop b4. Knight c2, bishop c3.
Yes, nice. Two bishops this way. No, this is, yes.
And c5, queen c6. She can also build a battery.
No, this is completely winning for black. So this is it. We were struggling, but it is very simple after
Okay, I think that
okay. But I think that Bibisara missed that she needed to keep the control over the A file, of course. So 1 minute left for Bibisara, and she, what move did she make?
91.
91. So bishop b4 is the most precise continuation on this position. Feel like I'm about to lose my voice. In a few rounds. I'm not sure if I will be able to last for so long. Would you be able to stream like for like 10 hours?
10 hours.
Yes, like I think that's it's a real test.
Yeah, it depends.
First
really.
of all, while you're streaming, of course, not only that you're creating content, but you are playing. Yes, you're fully concentrated on your games. And I always found this very difficult for myself, that playing and talking at the same time and explaining, especially your thoughts, concepts, calculations. It's very difficult.
Yeah, and one thing we were discussing this chess on TV. First of all, you don't have any, I would say, like show or something where all the time there is no break. So you have some interviews and then you have like it was cut, so you sit for 15 minutes, then you have 10 minutes break, then you sit for 5 minutes, then you have 10-minute break. You're doing halftime show, then the game is commented by someone else. So basically you're not sitting in the studio all the time. So the way how we are sitting now, it's not so common in some other sports.
But it's not common at all, because first of all, there is no sports, there is nothing which lasts for such a long time.
Okay, there is a tennis. Tennis can last for 5-6 hours, but then there are no eye on commentators. So basically, you are also not on this pressure that people can see you all the time. So you can maybe also do something distantly.
No, but tennis, I have to agree, but I have to disagree with you on the way that commentary is done in chess, because in tennis you're commenting on a live action, but while we are anticipating and and we are trying also this sort of scientific hypothesis. Yes, you cannot say he is going to serve.
You're right. It can, for example, 15 minutes, nothing can happen. One player can think for 15 minutes. In tennis, you have all the time something.
All the time, of course.
Even in football and some others. Okay, you can have maybe VAR when they are waiting, and that 5 minutes. But the chess, it's not easy to speak all the time. And sometimes they're commentated from commentary box. And usually that's why there are two commentators. For example, on radio, there are two commentators. It's not just one. And but when you're commentating chess on TV, so I was doing this for like live for 1 or 2 hours. Then you need to have mic, regular mic, and you also have a bubble when, I don't know, they tell you
The year, yes.
yeah, and then they'll tell you in 5 minutes, 5 seconds to that, and suddenly you're getting so many voices and everything. It's not easy to and still you need to comment.
By the way, she didn't play, Alexandra didn't play bishop b4. She played queen d8, I think. Something happened because the position has changed.
Yeah, position has changed. So she
Let's
played, hang on. So knight e1 was played. What has happened?
But after knight e1, we thought that bishop b4 was winning, but she didn't go for bishop b4.
Yeah, but the problem is, okay, I need to, let me do it this way. Can I do it? Okay. So what happened while we were speaking? So she sacrificed. She sacrificed this.
She wanted to open her bishop on b7, second to build the battery.
But why she abandoned that plan? Try to figure it out. e6, maybe? Okay, she was afraid of that, so that's why she stopped it with queen d8. And if e6, there is also check.
But knight g2 here?
Yeah. King g8 to fight against 6. Okay.
Yes, but now I can take on g2 and take on h4. This is a different endgame.
Okay, this is not clear at all. Once again, you need to outplay. So bishop g2 probably.
No, I want to take on g2.
King takes. Yes.
So if I take on h4 immediately, I have a check, of course, I can
You
say
can give
this.
check and you're trying.
And but can I take on h4 first?
Yeah, but this looks...
first is check queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3 is the move. Now when... Yeah, king somewhere, g1, queen f3 anyway.
But that's exactly the position on the board she went for at Alexandra.
So king g1 or king h2.
It was a very clever idea. Yeah, she played bishop b7, opened her bishop, and finally managed to
King g1.
penetrate the white's camp. So.
Queen f3, huh?
Yes, those are the final moments of this game. After queen f3, there's not much that you can do, but let's say queen d2, now you can take on h4 or not.
Yeah, you can. I don't see that something is wrong.
What can you do here?
Should be enough.
Bishop g3, bishop f4.
Okay, you need to open the bishop trying to get something, but this should be like... Okay, still you need to work for a while, bishop e7 or something.
One minute.
Queen d2.
Queen d2 is
a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes h4, or she will give queen g3 check, because you can collect with the queen as well. Maybe queen g3 is more precise.
No, but queen g3, can I play queen g2, or then you exchange? And then you take.
No, then I would rather take on h4.
Mm-hmm. But then queen a8 check?
No, I was thinking about immediately taking.
No, that's...
Because this thing you mentioned allows that, and depends how scary are you. Queen g3 check, king f1. Okay.
But bishop h4.
Okay, and d4 she will play, trying to open the bishop.
You cannot stop white from playing d4, so let's take. the pawn on h4 anyway. We are the last people standing.
Mohicans. Queen h4. Okay, queen g2. What is she up to?
Yes, now you can actually play queen g2. Okay, you don't have the perpetual there, so maybe queen g2, she will push g3. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, g3. Yeah, but queen g2 you must play. Nothing else to do. Queen g2 played. And g3. Yeah, g3 happened. Queen f3 with the idea of bishop d1. Is this an option? Sorry.
Check. By the way, what is this? This is a draw if you like play queen h3, queen g2. If you exchange, it's a draw. Yes, or yeah.
I guess.
Okay, this is a draw. Just wanted to show it on the board. So even after h4, maybe.
Can I come with the bishop to b5? And okay, no need. When you come close, sorry, those arrows coming.
But let's say h4 in this position. On what
Okay, and I wait on d1 and on a4. D1, a4, and then I'm on time. When you come to h5, I'll give you check.
So of course you shouldn't take on g2, but then after queen h3,
Queen g4
queen
should.
g4.
Yeah, queen h3, queen g2, queen g4. Stefan is thinking about dinner. No, I'm joking. Queen h4 or queen g4?
No, she played queen h4.
Queen h4. Okay. Queen f3 anyway. Coming back. No. No. Bishop d1. She sacrificed f4. Is this the position? She wants to go for that endgame being 3 pawns down.
Okay, let's try it. Queen f3.
Queen f3, what
Yes.
else? Bishop takes,
Yes.
h4,
Yes.
king g2,
But now the king comes, King
f7 or king g7.
king e6. Bishop d5. Yes, we need to do something. Okay, let's wait. And I mean, let's make
Yeah,
a
but
move.
king f4
Yes,
is coming.
So just we need to show it. Yes. Bishop d5, king f4. Bishop f3 is not possible because we have h3 by the way.
Yeah,
So.
also it's there. No, this is lost. She will change.
Yes, and she goes for this endgame, which is winning. I think this is her
King g.
strongest side. Alexandra, she loves endgames and she has a perfect technique. So it didn't take her a lot of time to figure out that this endgame, of course, was winning.
King g2 and king comes up. I think now that Bibisara is aware that the game has slipped.
Alexandra won the second Grand Prix in Shymkent. She finished the tournament undefeated. Bibisara played very well in the first one in Tbilisi and in the second one in Shymkent, so she's leading currently the Grand Prix series, but this is her last tournament.
Yeah, just to remind the viewers, first round Goryachkina lost against Lagno. Second round she
Drew Alexandra
drew
Kosteniuk.
against Kosteniuk. And Bibisara made 2 draws. First round against Sara, and yesterday King's India against Lagno.
Okay, but against Sarah, she was playing with the white pieces and she was on the verge of losing. as well. So
Exactly.
something didn't go well in this game as well. Although we praised her,
But she played very well second
yes,
game against
yes,
Lagno.
her
Quite a
strategy
good.
in the opening. But then I think that she lost the thread of the game, even though the position was quite complicated. You know, she failed to find an active plan, and then simply maybe blundered or gave away the pawn.
Yeah, let's stay with this view because king will go to g5 and then bishop. If white stays with the bishop on e6, then black's bishop will start to play.
Oh, you need to put it on c7.
Yeah,
Yes, to
yeah,
protect the g3
yeah.
pawn, and then you can push h3. So you cannot wait forever, of course. And white cannot control all the pawns at the same time, so and the king's march. So let's say if you play bishop c6, exactly, you can play even bishop d8 here.
Bishop.
Ladies and gentlemen, we officially lost the Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic.
I was thinking about something.
Yes, she goes for bishop d8 anyway, so.
I was thinking if there is no f pawn, if an e
Okay.
pawn, if we moved them away, that should
This is actually a draw, no?
that should be a draw. Yeah.
Because there are enough squares for you to protect the pawns. By the way, if the king is on e3
Yeah.
and you play h3.
h3 I take and then I wait again.
No, but you take with what?
King.
No, but you can take with no king f2.
And then my bishop is on diagonal somewhere, I guess.
But this is all very abstract, especially
Exactly.
for our viewers, of course. It's just let's wait.
Yeah, bishop c7,
But by the way, bishop c7, e6.
bishop d6.
Yes, you need to play bishop d6 because if you play king f6, maybe then I play e7 and we get this position. It is possible.
Yes, exactly.
So, let me show you. Yes, we need to show it because it's important to play bishop d6 here. Otherwise, if you play king f6, that's what we're trying to analyze, and I think that this is actually
this
a
is a
draw.
draw.
Yes. So this is the last trap.
So bishop d6 played, precise move, and now bishop c8. And bishop c6, she went for c6.
So maybe,
h3, e7 is the point.
no, maybe king f6 first and then h3.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because h3, e7 is the
Mhm.
point, and this is the draw. So she first played king f6,
of
now
course.
threatening that two threats. And it's not
Then
possible to
h3
parry
check.
them.
It's like we've been running a marathon, the players as well,
Bishop d5 and now h3, and that's it.
but we are crossing, yes, the
h3 will be played.
40 kilometers.
Yeah. We're lucky that this is not ultra marathon. 40 is fine.
Let's see if we can introduce chess into the Ironman, circuit. Okay, Bibisara Assaubayeva resigns, and Alexandra Goryachkina scored her first win in the tournament as well.
Yeah.
As Alexandra Kosteniuk today. Both were underperforming, but now they are back in the race.
We have results. So 1 win with black pieces, 1 win with white pieces, 3 draws, but all the games were quite interesting.
Mhm.
So, yeah, interesting day. Third leg, third round.
Yes, let's have a look at the standings after the third round. So, Kateryna Lagno is undefeated. She has 2 points. So does Batkhuyag Munguntuul, 2 points out of 3, and Humpy Koneru. Then we have how many players? 3
Also
players
with 2
chasing
is
them.
Sarah is with 2.
Ah, yes, sorry, I forgot that Sarah is also on 2 points. And then we have 3 players chasing them. Yes, we have Alexandra Kosteniuk, Alexandra Goryachkina, and Elisabeth Paehtz.
But Batkhuyag Munguntuul is at the moment still in the tournament.
Yes. And you've said that it's important to have something like near your name. So Harika Dronavalli drew her game today. So you told us the story. Mhm.
Yeah.
And finally, Alexandra, yes, Goryachkina is smiling. Yes, we
Good.
haven't seen her smiling for 4 days, but maybe that's the crucial moment, yes,
Yeah.
of this tournament.
Some nice discussion, small talk, chat. I like that. Yeah. Almira, will we conclude our day?
Yes, been
Our big
another
boss
exciting
Jean-Michel
round.
is also ready to finish the day.
Okay. Maybe Etienne, can you show us the pairings for tomorrow? So we will finish, yes, on this note. I will ask Alojzije who is he betting on tomorrow.
Kings are wrongly placed, but never mind. So, yeah, black king went too far. Usually it's white on d4 and
So
black on e5.
yes, another exciting round is ahead of us tomorrow. The round starts at the same time, 3 p.m.
Yeah, 4. Okay, Alexandra, just the 4th round. Yeah, we are in the middle of the tournament.
Okay, here it is. So Alexandra Goryachkina is facing Zhongyi. So it's an interesting moment, yes. Psychologically, yes.
Because Tan seems to be in a like complicated situation, but sometimes also you can collect points where in it seems that it's tough.
So Humpy Koneru is facing Alexandra Kosteniuk. White pieces for Humpy. Sarasadat Khademalsharieh is playing against Batkhuyag Munguntuul.
2 leaders.
Yes, 2 leaders are facing each other, and maybe Sarah will try to press with the white pieces. Kateryna Lagno plays against Elisabeth Paehtz, and Bibisara Assaubayeva against Harika
Yeah,
Dronavalli.
just to come back to Sarah's game, yeah, at the moment it seems that Batkhuyag is playing much better with the white pieces. The position in the second round was not sound, so I'm curious to see what would be her opening choice tomorrow.
Thank you very much. It's a wrap for today, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see us tomorrow and have a nice evening.
Good.